Zach.
I am ready. I'm just nervous.
Zach,
I am ready. I'm just nervous.
We're live.
I am ready.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the second episode of Technically Heroes, here on the Technically Entertaining channel. I am DM Jim Jam, and don't like that.
I love the name so much.
And I am. I'm joined by my friend Liam and Alex and Momo and. For a second there, I'm like, oh, I said Alex twice. That's wrong. And I was like, oh no, it's right. Never mind.
No, that's right.
We're good.
Yeah,
this is off to a good start.
There are
not as bad.
We'll
as
eventually season finale. We do have to fight to the death over the name.
It's true.
And I don't know.
Don't worry,
I'm feeling pretty confident.
Once the mace.
Oh, sweet Christ!
What the heck?
Just weapons.
I got loose weapons all over this fucking room.
Oh, that's right. Yes, you do. So yes, last we had left off, the four of you had made your way from your own lives, your day-to-day, into the city of Vancouver to a very particular kind of rundown, almost burnt out looking building, kind of in the deep, like the central part of Vancouver, where a situation unraveled that no one was really in control of. And you've now kind of made your way into the through a doorway into what could only ever be described as an airport. This large building before you is almost like a long, wide, maybe 100-foot wide, and infinitely long corridor, where on either side are these massive archways made of cobbled stone and kind of gilded with gold, and in kind of almost like a pool of some kind of liquid floats at the very center with this almost purple translucent sheen, and you can see humanoids and not so humanoids of varying shapes and sizes and colors traveling in between these large archways, and there are stereo systems. But they look like gramophone systems, the old brass instruments, kind of on the roof and walls, going further and further and further down, with announcements. Can Dr. Mephisto please come to the security office? Dr. Mephisto to the security office. You see people and not so people kind of meandering about. There's a strange green, almost mushroom-looking creature trying to corral 13 other tiny, far smaller mushroom creatures, and they're all on leashes as this individual
that's adorable.
Walks through this magical transport or airport, as it were. And the four of you are kind of standing in the doorway with the old man who turned a police officer into a newt, kind of just behind you guys.
Not ideal.
Are you still holding the concentration on that spell, Liam? Because you had cast Speak with Animal. Or Speak with Animals.
I don't have to cast that. One of my warlock invocations.
Oh, it was one of your invocations. Okay,
I can cast it at will, so I can. I am still holding concentration, yes, but I can recast it for free if I break concentration.
Okay, so I mean, you see this magnificent view in front of you, and you still behind you hear this tiny voice, just screaming in fear and anxiety. Yeah, and it's just like. And you can see the newt flailing its head behind you, and you're like, out of sight, out of mind. And
I gave him water. It's fine.
you give, yeah, the strange old man receptionist is just kind of holding the newt and petting it, eyes wide, and he's like, well, go on in, please. Just follow the corridor. You'll eventually come to an information desk, and there's a young man waiting for you, Rupert Flintlock. He'll be your guide from this point forward.
Rupert Flintlock? Is that what you said?
Yes, Rupert Flintlock.
Flintlock Glomgold.
Well, I don't see another way out of this situation, so guess we'll.
Before we
Aiden
get
is just like completely quiet, taking everything in and just like analyzing everything he sees.
before we get too into stuff,
Yes,
I want to quickly
Yes.
shout out 3 specific people. Namely, there is Dylan Richards and Edward Wilson, who are the people who put together the 5e hack for D20 Modern that we're playing.
Oh, yes.
And our artist, if you tuned in before the actual stream started, you saw our whole tarot card setup. You can find her at her Instagram, which is at cruel_summer, which I will also link in the chat somewhere. Here it is.
Okay.
I'm coming through robotic. That's not good.
Yeah, I'm just checking that before we got too far into stuff. I'm just checking that side of it too. It seems okay on my end. If somebody wants to, who isn't Garrett, wants to just check the stream replay real quick and make sure.
Oh, it does sound a little weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually does sound kind of weird. It's like you can make out what we're saying, but it's just got like a overlay of robotics.
Oh yeah, that's weird. It's like it's going through like a filter.
Strange.
Saboteur.
All right. Let's try to figure that out.
Technically Entertainment is brought to you by Technical Difficulties.
It is.
It wouldn't be this show if we didn't have.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
the inaugural episode. Oh,
that might be the answer. 2 channels going into the input, both mic and the Discord audio.
I've only got one active.
Well, you've got the audio input, and then you've got the Discord input. The Discord input might be picking up the audio. It is picking up the audio from Discord too, right?
I've got the audio output capture from Discord. Let me try. If I delete
that's
this, if I delete this, you probably can't hear me.
Let me check.
Let's try that. I don't think they'll hear me on stream anymore, but you guys talk and see if.
I'm speaking.
Beep boop, beep boop.
There's enough of a delay. Oh no, that's still robot-y. There's enough.
that's an issue. Ding dang it.
Alex is clean, apparently.
Oh, that's good.
It's
So
just
it's
us.
just the rest of us. What the frick?
We are the robots.
It's got to be a network thing then.
Yes.
I shouldn't. I'm not coming through on the stream anymore, right?
You are.
I am even
Oh.
without the.
Yep.
You are. Yeah. Okay. Apparently, you're kind of tinny too.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Apparently, you're kind of tinny too. Oh yeah, it's a weird. It's like there's a voice mod going through.
It's super strange.
Oh yeah, so weird. It's like there's a voice mod going through. Because it's not like choppy. It's not like choppy. It's Oh god, I think I'm picking up both inputs as I say that. Let me turn the.
Beep boop, we are robots. We've
Beep
been
boop.
discovered. Son of a
Technically
bitch.
humans.
I'm
This
just
is-
checking the dashboard and seeing if there's like an issue with the connections or.
Where did I download that to?
Yeah, we're not dropping frames. We're not.
How strange.
We could try resetting the Discord call.
Streamlabs Discord.
Worth a shot, but if you're chopping up too, it's probably something on the streams end, maybe.
Maybe.
You got like a filter on the audio or something?
No, I don't.
That would be so dumb.
I don't.
That's what it sounded
I
like.
wouldn't know how to do that. Is the thing.
What is the audio what is the audio level? Is it hitting red, yellow, or is it maintaining in the green?
It's not like
because-
peaking. It's like it's.
It is peaking
It's
a little.
bizarre.
So
Okay.
I can turn you guys down a little bit. Let's
That's
try
not
that.
like what the sound, like the weird audio isn't like peaking. It's kind of like.
Why don't we reset the Discord call?
Sure.
Yeah, let's give that a shot.
It wouldn't be a Technical Heroes stream without.
No,
It wouldn't. It's on
without a
brand.
catastrophic failure in the beginning.
Pop your,
Hoorah.
do not, pop your like.
Oh right, yeah. We have a thing.
What thing? What?
Oh yeah, we all got to leave. Okay.
Hello.
All right.
Hello.
Hi.
I think they can still they can still hear us, but
Oh my god.
All that matters is that now we're in the corner of the screen.
yeah, I'm fixing stuff. We'll be fine.
It was
Let's
clean for a
see.
second, apparently.
There we go. Yeah, I don't know. It must just be a connection thing.
If anyone comes up with any ideas as to what it might be, and throw that in the chat or whatever. For now, I guess we'll continue.
Yeah, it must just be networking.
I'm
stuff.
clean. Ooh, I just showered. Thank you for noticing.
Don't forget to turn your camera on.
Oh yeah, I'm currently a tiny
I have
Yoda.
several questions.
Wait, that could be it. Hold up, is it? No. I was wondering if it was like coming through for some reason on both my camera and my video, but then I realized to you guys in the call, it's not doing that. It's just the stream, so that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I think we just have to push through it. If it's still like listenable,
Yeah.
I think it's just a network side thing, either for Twitch or for Discord, because we're not dropping frames on the stream or anything.
Yeah, we'll have to. I'll do some research later to see if it's Discord coming through Streamlabs. We'll figure this out at another time.
Okay, so it seems like it's just me now having stuff, which I guess suffer.
Perfect. Yes, so we thanked the two fine individuals who made this modern hack for 5e. Thank you guys very much. You are scholars and champions. And then our artist, did we mention their Instagram page?
I've linked their,
Okay.
Their Instagram in the chat there. It's at cruel_summer.
Cruel Summer. That's awesome.
It's a good name. Definitely check her out because she's better than all of
Yes.
us.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, no, she even me, and that's a lot. So.
All right. So yes, this amazing, strange view before you, and the only instruction you've been given is go look for the information kiosk and find a man named Rupert Flintlock. And then the strange old man turns around to the front of the building and starts trying to fix the doors. Yes, Bavo.
Well.
There you go.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
guess I
So,
just kind of stand there
like,
and look around and
where do you want us to
don't
go?
know where to go.
You know?
Well, I'm not asking directions, so I'm just gonna go and see if I can find the information kiosk.
I'm not gonna ask for directions.
Well, why would I?
Cedar's just gonna follow Frank because, like,
Yeah,
Frank
me
knows what
too.
he's doing. He's good at this stuff.
Like a little duckling, just follow.
Hayden is
He's
not
a
paying
teacher. He's got to
attention
know
at all.
things.
You got
He's just
nothing
like
but
looking
ducks.
around, doesn't even care what the rest of the group is doing because he's just so entranced by what he's looking at.
I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty wild. We just got Men in Black.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like,
Where's the sugar in the water, guy?
Oh, don't worry, he's coming.
oh no,
Oh God, no.
what horror.
Yeah.
The noisy cricket.
So Hayden, you're not paying attention. Okay, so what
No.
is it that's going through Hayden's mind right now?
So
Are you
he's
in disbelief, or are you like pissed that you didn't know about this and there's still more to learn?
It's kind of both. It's like he's read so many like black market magic books that he's been studying just kind of as a hobby, and then to see it like in person everywhere is just like throwing him off. He's looking at all of the individual like different creatures and he thinks that's interesting mostly.
Right on.
Are there like, there's like centaurs and shit?
Oh yeah. So you guys are seeing there's centaurs, there's elves, there's
I just,
what? Oh, go ahead.
I just want to like, what level of fantasy have we been introduced to here? Like, is it elves and dwarves, or is it like that guy's a minotaur? Medusa's over there. Don't look in her eyes. She's got sunglasses on for your convenience.
Each snake has sunglasses on. No, elves, dwarf. Well, actually, there's elves, and you can really only tell that they're elves because they fit the stereotypical tall, pale humans with the long, pointed ears. There are these short, stout creatures that look like they're made entirely of ore, like metallic ore, and they're walking around with these large, kind of craggy, what appear to be outcroppings, like beards. And they're kind of shouting back and forth. There's people passing by. There's no Medusas. There are a few centaurs and a singular minotaur who is holding a cell phone up, trying to get a signal in any capacity, and he's getting more and more frustrated that he just can't seem to get one here.
Oh gosh.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's a concrete bunker about 40 feet underground there, champ. You're not gonna get much. I don't think.
They said they offered Wi-Fi. This is bullshit. And he's
Hayden's
just
gonna
using his
take out his
massive
phone.
thumbs on a phone that's too small.
I don't
Can
know
he
if
take a
you can use
picture
the word bullshit
with his
around a
phone?
minotaur.
Yeah, Hayden. So you like pull out your phone and you slowly do like the tourist thing. Yeah, and you can
Yeah.
snap a photo.
Does it stay there because of the weirdness with S.A.S.S on the phone?
It does. Yeah. The
Okay.
photo it clicks, it does a little it does a flash. And so you get like a nice, decent quality photo, and you watch it get added to your gallery.
Okay.
Is the information kiosk obvious? Like, is there?
Yes, yeah. Actually, like the moment you walk in, and you really just like you're maybe like 10 feet away from the actual door, and this thing goes on for forever. You can't see anything past it. In fact, you can see it a slight curve to it, almost as if it's passing over the horizon even further. You can see this circular white desk with a bunch of people kind of like around it. There's several computers set up around it, but there is an individual sitting on a swivel chair that's very quickly kind of like turning between people, and you can see that she is communicating with them, and you recognize her. She is an exact duplicate, minus she's got red hair instead of blonde. The attendant that was outside. Yeah, the one that handled your car, Hayden.
Yeah.
I can't believe you were just like, oh, there's a garage. I'll park my fucking BMW here. Oh, this lady seems a bit off. I'll trust her with it. Mary, do you still have your bike with you? Or did you leave it in the previous? You still got your bike?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just walking along with it.
All right.
I'm not being like weird about it. It's just I haven't found a good place to lock it up that isn't like filled with weirdos at this point. So
Rude.
I mean, you're in Vancouver. You're never going to find that.
That's
Exactly. That's why I still have it.
You just like got it on over your shoulder. You're like, fuck it. I guess this is my life now. I carry my bike like this. It's fine.
all right. Yeah. I mean, I head to the. There's no reason not to. I could sit kind of jawstruck, but Frank's been around the magic shit for a while, being again the chosen one. So yeah, he's just gonna make his way to the information kiosk.
I'm gonna follow
Yeah,
behind
Cedar's
Frank.
gonna follow. Oh yeah, Cedar's gonna also
I'll
follow right
eventually-
behind. He's a teacher. He knows what he's doing.
Exactly. Yeah.
He's a.
I'll be the last to follow.
I unspool
Okay.
one of those bright blue preschool ropes. No.
Come, children. Yeah.
We're on a field trip.
So yeah, you guys make your way through the crowd, and there's individuals kind of crossing in front of you and behind you. Like it's this place is really busy, and you see individuals as they walk into like these archways. They just kind of fade from view, and like disappear off into the ether or whatever. And you can see each archway kind of written along its apex in a language that none of you can quite recognize. There it appears to be some kind of like label. Maybe it's the destination.
I do somehow speak and read Celestial, if that helps.
Just from being
Okay,
the chosen
Frank
one.
reads. Frank does in fact read. So yeah, it's destinations. And you can see there are plenty of names. There's like Limbo, one of the portals, and it's heavily guarded, or rather, it's heavily watched. You can see many individuals kind of standing around. A few of them have chairs, and they're just kind of watching the coming and goings. It says Gehenna.
That's not good. Frank doesn't know what that is, but I know that's not good.
So yeah, you make your way to the information kiosk, and there's a couple of these like metallic ore, these metallic and stone creatures, kind of standing on these little step ladders, and they're using the computers. And there's a couple of really tall, thin people, and there's this one individual who's arguing with the kiosk lady about having missed their flight. And they're large and kind of like well built and a little bit bulbous in ways. And on its back, like a toad carrying its children, there's 12 almost identical miniaturized versions of these things holding on for dear life as this creature very aggressively, very Karen-like waves its finger in this kiosk lady's face and screams about having missed its portal. It's missed its portal.
I'm gonna take a picture of it.
Yeah, and as you do so, one of the creatures on its back kind of like looks at you because the flash, which you can't seem to turn off for some reason, it just kind of looks at you, and it's got this strong jaw and these two teeth that stick up from below. And it just kind of like stares at you, Hayden. And you've seen this expression before. It's not aggressive. It's very curious. And it starts to slowly climb down off the back, making its way down the lower back, down like the thigh and under the calf. And it makes its feet, it lands its feet on the ground, and it walks over to you. And its feet seem to be like wet or something because it's making that.
Oh God!
And it just heads towards you and stands at the very base of your body and just kind of looks up, and it's just staring. Jesus Christ! The flash hits it, and its little eyes kind of like and it rubs them a little bit.
Oh,
And
poor buddy.
Yeah.
can I bend down and just sort of like sumo squat basically next to this little creature and just like kind of watch it as it's like rubbing its little eyes and be like, hey,
yeah.
does it respond?
It kind of it rubs its eyes and it blinks a few times, and you're like, hey, and it kind of like quickly looks at you, and it has this same look of like almost disbelief. It's like, oh,
I'm just gonna hold my hand out like halfway and see what it does. You know, like you're walking up to like a cat that you're not sure if it's friendly, and you're just kind of like, "Are you gonna bite me?"
Are you gonna bite?
I'm just gonna do that and
I'm
see
gonna
what
give
it
you the
does.
back of my hand because the palm of my hand's more important.
Hey guys, I'm pretty sure all these people are like people, and maybe we shouldn't be photographing their kids and like poking them. I don't know.
But they're so cute.
Okay,
Come
but
on.
like, you know, don't accost children. I mean, there's a whole. You learn that in school, I hope.
Hey, little
I
little
haven't
buddy
touched
there.
it yet.
You got little buddy. You
He
got.
nods and takes out like a notebook, and he's just like sketching it and like writing down like notes about its anatomy.
Oh gosh.
Stats +1 strength. No,
I mean, that big one's real angry. I don't know if we want to like. I don't know if you. It's gonna get angry.
Hey, little
That's
buddy
true.
there.
For poking
Why
at
don't
a
you
kid.
go?
Echo.
so this tiny creature, and you like kind of you're like, hey, how's it going? And this tiny creature, its jaw opens up, and you can see it has no teeth at all, except for the two bicuspids kind of sticking up. And it just very quickly, but not aggressively, almost like, oh, it's like FOMO. It's gonna, fear of missing out, of shoving your entire hand inside its mouth, and it's just like, and it pulls its head back, and your hand is covered in this thick mucus that just, it's so thick. You do that instinctive shake, and like maybe a drop falls off. It's like pitch. It's like shipping pitch is just on your hand, and it's in between your fingers, and it's maybe one of the most unpleasant things you've ever dealt with.
Hey, dude,
And I
maybe
need you
we,
to make me a
shouldn't be,
Constitution saving throw.
Oh no.
sticking our hands in kids' mouths.
Okay.
That's not exactly child safe there, bud.
Okay,
7.
I modified some microphone
7.
settings, so hopefully I sound better, Duke.
So,
Lay it
Mario
on me.
Ada Mim.
Seven's very low.
You have been poisoned.
Oh.
However, the only real negative effect that comes over you very quickly is everyone watches Mario like shake it. She's like, and her pupils just, and Mario, you are in the midst of a euphoria.
Oh.
And are stunned for 5 rounds.
Congrats, the dwarf baby just made you high.
But it's just like your eyes dilate and everything comes to life. The colors begin to shift and you start seeing like different shades and composites that you've never seen before. And the creatures walking by look more alive.
Holy shit.
Hey, bud, let's.
I'm gonna
I've seen that.
I'm gonna reach up to Hayden, who's right next to me, and I'm gonna like once I can like move, I'm gonna like wipe my arm on like some of his
I'm like taking notes, and she wipes it, and then I just start taking.
I'm just gonna
see the PSA about not licking toads or whatever.
You gotta try this. You gotta try it.
You gotta try this. He's in the midst of like taking detailed notes and a detailed picture, and you just wipe fantasy LSD on his arm. Okay.
You gotta try it, man.
Hey, bud, I hate to tell you,
Constitution
maybe you shouldn't be sticking your hands in random children's mouths there.
Yeah.
I just hold my hand up. You want to try it too?
No, child safety's got some issues with that, I think.
What was the result of your roll?
13.
13. Okay, so she's like, you gotta try this. Fucking pupils is large. You can't see the whites of her eyes, and she wipes it on your arm, and you're just like, that's fucking gross, and like nothing happens. You feel a little bit queasy for a couple of seconds, but then there's no like extra effects that occur to you, and then there's just Mary.
Of it and put it in like a note.
Oh, you want to take a small little sample? Okay. Yeah. So Mary,
Oh no, another one.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad. Okay,
I'm
so
interrupting briefly to see if people
yes,
can
go ahead.
actually hear me correct. I've been trying some mic fixes. See if we can fix that echo.
Wait, I can turn this on and listen for myself.
Yeah, I just checked. I think we're okay now.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
You all get to hear me twice for a while, and you're welcome.
The more Frank, the better.
Yeah.
Twice
so...
the Frank, double the views.
Mariel, a secondary effect begins to kick in.
Don't tempt me.
You have a case of the munchies that like you've never experienced before.
Oh.
Yeah. And you actually quickly come down off of this euphoric trip. And now you're a bit tired and you're just like really snacky. But it was an experience. So for the remainder of the session, you're going to have a +2 to any wisdom-based checks. Because your perception has been expanded.
Cool.
You can see beyond.
Yeah. Mariel, what do your high eyes see?
Everything. I'm just gonna sort of stand up from, just being squatted on the floor and just look over at Cedar. You have some juice boxes? You have any snacks?
This one's peanut punch.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Oh.
I'll take it and just like, stab
good.
it into the little thing and.
It's pretty good.
Peanut punch. Ooh.
Or I'll just stay quiet and
kind of
enjoy
lean
this.
down, get down on one knee in front of the rock child. Just kind of look at him. Hey, bud, you might want to go skedaddling back over to your parent host thing.
And he just kind of looks at you. He's like, oh.
I love him.
And then turns on his heels, just like his feet just kind of slide across the floor, and it leaves this trail of wet, like damp, like some kind of liquid. And he just like blep, 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 runs back to his mother and climbs up her.
And before any more adults stick their hands in his mouth.
And the mother doesn't even fucking balk. She's just like. And you can tell she's speaking English, but she's got some kind of accent or manner of speaking that just negates any possible chance of understanding what she's saying. And once the child is back on her, kind of like hooked into her shoulder, she'll also turn on her heels and just like trot kind of away down in the direction of a few portals that are further down the corridor.
Just like looking at the goo at my hand.
Yeah. Want me to take a look at that, make sure he doesn't like poison you or something?
Yeah.
Been training like first aid and all that, so.
It's pretty gooey.
Gonna make a medicine check on that to try and tell that she's been poisoned. There's definitely like drug-like symptoms going on. Like her eye.
Mary did go to medical school, so maybe Mary's got some bit more experience. But I mean, she has her pupils are like 3 centimeters wide. It's
under the influence. Like, we want to make sure there's not like a bite or something.
Yeah, hey kiddo, why don't you go sit on the bench? Maybe like, hey, see, you got another like juice box kicking around for her.
That's an 18 medicine check to try and determine if there's like a bite or anything like that.
So with an 18 medicine check, the only thing that you can really determine is that this creature has given off this mucus. And you can see as you're kind of examining her hand, the amount of mucus on her hand is slowly kind of like dwindling away, and you can see that her pores have become enlarged and are slowly just absorbing the mucus.
Oh hell! He's gonna pull sort of a bandana from his pocket and just start trying to clean off her hand. You're gonna want to not absorb all of that.
Yeah, so you start like trying to like drag it off. and it kind of comes off in like sloughs, almost like Jello, and it's like and it's kind of solidified, and it hits the ground, and you manage
to kind of outdoors, so he's just gonna scrape it onto the floor.
Yeah. They got people for that. Yeah. So you managed to get a decent amount off of Mary's fucking hand. Good times.
I would recommend trying that. I would.
Just gonna go to the info kiosk while they're trying to deal with that.
Yeah. So,
Chaos.
I'll follow Frank.
Yeah. So Frank, you walk up to the kiosk, and this identical looking but red-haired woman just kind of turns. She goes, "Hello, how can I help you?"
Peanut punch, Liam. What is that? You got peanut juice?
It's actually fucking
apparently.
delicious.
Water, peanut butter, sugar, skim milk powder, stabilizers, caramel, sodium bicarbonate, vanilla flavor, and salt.
It's just fucking water and peanut butter.
You know when you get like peanut flavoring in like a milkshake or something like that?
No.
That's kind of what it tastes like.
All right.
No.
It's actually it is actually pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, Frank just walks up and he goes, so I just saw a wizard guy turn a cop into a newt, and he told me to come down here and figure out what it was we're supposed to be doing. I guess we're the new guys and girls, because, affirmative
I'll kind of just
actions.
interject while he's talking, and I'll say, we have a meeting with Rupert Flintlock. Please
Oh, yeah,
call him.
yeah, that guy. I'm just really thriving and not being in charge of all these kids for once. It's a real load off my shoulders.
So, the moment you mentioned Rupert Flintlock, the red-haired woman, she's just like nodding. She's like, and she'll turn to you, Hayden, and her hand will kind of like reach towards a phone on the desk, and it kind of passes through it, and she pantomimes picking it up, and she just kind of looks up at the air, just like kind of at a slight angle. She goes, "Would Rupert Flintlock please come to the information kiosk? Rupert Flintlock to the information kiosk." And she'll smile and like hang up the not phone in her hand. And she's just like, "Rupert Flintlock will be here with you for you in but a matter of moments. Was there anything else I could help you with?"
I just hate it here.
At this point, I assume that Cedar's probably like finished helping me like get this shit off my arm. So
It's really
thanks,
just
Cedar.
bits.
Thank you. Thank
It's like
you.
like
There's large
polysporin.
chunks
There's
of
no
this.
injury, so it can't get infected. I don't think.
I'll be fine. Don't worry. Thank you, though.
I don't know how
I'll
that
ask
works
the
or whatever.
attendant what kind of creature that was just in front of us.
Oh, that was a poison toad. It is a subspecies of orc. Poison toad is more of a misnomer. They are orcs who were born and raised on the planet of poison.
Oh yeah,
What the hell's an orc?
that planet of poison that everyone's always talking about it's like the new hot topic.
Am I the only one here who doesn't know what an orc is?
You never watched Lord of the Rings, Cedar?
No.
It's 2021. You ain't seen The Hobbit? It came out a couple years ago. It's pretty good.
No, I ain't seen that. I'm more into like natural biopics and stuff, you know?
The hell's a biopig?
Documentaries. Oh, it's like a biography of a real person. Usually about people who are into animals, like zoologists, biologists.
That
came out.
David Suzuki guy.
Yeah. Sort of. A bit.
It's a biopic about people who are into animals. Please continue speaking. Please continue speaking.
Hey, Mark, don't you sass me about Lord of the Rings. It came out in the 1930s. Frank's an old guy. He's read the books. Get off my back. I teach kids for a living. I know all the superheroes. Legolas.
I did see that. I did see Men in Black though, so that's that's something.
Yeah,
I like Will Smith.
You got a real
cool.
cultural blind spot there, kiddo.
I'll walk away from the information desk and I'll just kind of take in the surroundings and continue taking pictures.
Oh wait, Lord of the Rings. That's the guy with the Frollo and the elf guy, right?
No, that's the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Wait, there's an elf in the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
There's gargoyles. They got pointy ears.
This is more than I think I could have ever wished for my life.
So while you guys, go ahead. Sorry.
The whole poison from the planet Poison going.
No, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty tired though. You know, whenever you come down from like a really, well, I don't know. Looking at you, I don't know if you would have. Oh, yeah, sure.
Right. With Cedar, it's hard to tell.
At this point, you realize the majority of Cedar's backpack is full of juice boxes.
Jesus Christ.
I've been keeping track, and we have gone through 8 of them so far. I'm going to keep keeping tracks.
Do you just dump it in? Like I imagine the weight shifting, and every time you move, like
so they're in the package blocks.
Oh, they're in the okay. Now that makes
sense.
The
I got the bunch of juice boxes.
Yeah, I had to get like an extra wide backpack because my juice boxes wouldn't fit.
Cedar's backpack is a D12 damage bludgeoning weapon.
Cedar's
got one of those like hiking backpacks with like the straps.
Oh, like an actual like the hiking. Okay,
yeah,
gotcha. You've got a rucksack. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Bag of holding juice. Yes, that's right, MJ.
We gotta get him a decanter of infinite peanut, whatever. Sponsored by Grace Peanut Punch.
Give us money.
Quality since 1922.
That's
significantly
older than I expected.
Right? I was like, hold on.
As we're kind of like sitting here fucking around, can I just like, as we're, having a conversation, can I just look around and see if I see anybody like walking our way, or since she just called for the guy?
Yes. So while Hayden is taking pictures, you see this individual walking towards him. Like it's very obvious he's walking towards Hayden, and Hayden is just like it's just like flash. You see several individuals like, oh my God, stop. Like it's just this individual walks towards him, and he's a tall, thin individual. He's human, at least from what you can tell, like from first glance. And he's got that. We lost Hayden.
Oh, thank gosh. He's gone.
No, he's back.
I forgot your picture was broccoli, and I was like, what the fuck is that? Okay.
Me too.
Yeah. I've seen Naruto.
One of the computer gremlins really objected to having its picture taken, and he sent some packet attacks against...
But this individual, tall, thin, he's wearing kind of like a casual suit, and he's got that thick 80s cop stash that could also double for like the porn stash.
Frank has an instant respect for this man.
And on his left-hand side, he's got this massive holster and what appears to be like a massive firearm kind of sitting in it. And he walks towards Hayden. And while you're like in mid-picture, he just like places his hand over your camera and kind of like takes it down. And he's like, I gotta tell you, bud, you can't be taking pictures like that. Would you go out into a public place and start just taking pictures of people? You look like you look like one of them. What do they call them? Fucking terrorists. You look like you're planning something here, huh? What's going on here, bud? Like, come on, dialogue with me. What's up? Come on.
I'll just kind of just take some of that moisturizer and I'll just like do that and cast friends.
Oh,
Jesus Christ! I mean,
and I'll just say I'm just taking pictures for Rupert. No worries.
I'm just taking pictures for Rupert. That's awesome. Okay, you cast friends. Is there a saving throw, or does it just happen?
It gives him advantage on charisma.
Advantage on charisma.
Oh, God.
Okay.
And then when it ends, the person becomes hostile.
So it's just like
if they want to become
hostile, if they're upset about being charmed.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he's like, you're taking pictures for Rupert Flinklack, huh? Is that who you're working for right now? You guys, the new guys?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
I've been around the block a couple times, but yeah.
I don't know
It's my
him
turn
though.
to take
I
another
don't know.
drink.
I don't know
thought you
Hayden
just said
Winters.
you've never been
I don't
here.
know that guy. Hayden Winters. Don't know him.
So you guys are waiting for Rupert Flintlock. Hi, I'm Rupert Flintlock. And he holds out a hand, and he's got like this shit-eating grin on his face.
That gamble didn't work out for you, did it, Aiden? That was
That's not good.
So yeah,
All the blood just rushes from Hayden's face.
Oh.
You look a little embarrassed there, but don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Can I give you a piece of advice? Though? Don't go casting spells on people you don't know, because you never know what gets them off, right? You know how it is. So, anyways, I'm Rupert Flintlock, and you
I
guys,
love him.
you guys are the new guys, right? You met the
So we've
fucking
been
creepy
told.
wizard up front who turns people into fucking newts and shit.
yeah. He sure turned the cop into a newt there.
Yeah.
There.
No. Yeah.
He does.
I've been informed of the situation. So we got a newt cop, we got a dead cop. You know, we got some
You
eyewitnesses.
got a what now?
Yeah.
He did kill that other cop.
He did kill that other cop. If you guys remember at the end of
like
last
resurrection
session,
magic or something, right?
there was a struggle.
There
and
was
you
blood.
just
We saw blood, but it
you
was
heard a gunshot, and he had blood on him when he's like, look, there's a door, and you're like,
Listen, man, if there's murder happening, I don't know if I'm.
No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You know, we'll take care of it. Most of the cops on the VPD, they're not actually cops. You know, they're not even real people. They're just like what do you call them? They're like constructs. You know, they're like literal like beef steaks, kind of like tied together, and they use magic to bring them up. They're like human. You know.
I mean,
I don't know, but
Beef
Brings
steaks?
a whole new perception to the idea of beefcake, eh?
is that
beef
is
cake.
that like metaphorically like they're all part of the machine, the man, or is it literal like they're a literal robot?
I wouldn't say robot, because that would mean there's some kind of metal involved. No, it's like
it's not like a metaphor. You're not like metaphorically. These guys are cogs in the
no,
machine.
no.
They're
They
literal.
are like they're stakes, you know, like tied together in magic and all that. They're not real people. Don't worry. You know.
you guys aren't really good at this whole slow immersion thing, are you?
But buddy, look around. You're inside of a fucking magical airport. What the fuck do you think I'm gonna do?
noticed.
Like be like, hold on, I know you've seen too much already.
Yeah,
So let me just like slow down.
There's some Men in Black going on, and
It's
we're
puppy
all
guys. Oh, I fucking love that movie.
right. Do we get the clicker guy?
There is. We don't exactly have a clicker thing, you know. I've been told it's a copyright issue, but what we do have is magic, you know. We got some stuff
Mary
to
is
include.
just gonna.
Oh yeah, of course.
Is
The tiny black-haired lady. What can I do for you?
What's happening?
Okay, so
That's
I'm
a
Rupert
very good
Flintlock.
question.
Sorry, dude, I'm Rupert Flintlock. What's happening is you stuck your hand in the mouth of a child who just happened to be from Planet Poison, and you got real high for a quick short time. It's a fleeting thing.
It was
you know
great.
what? Don't worry about it. I tried to take care of one of those kids once. He vomited in my face. I was high for 6 days. Was not something I would suggest. When it absorbs through the skin, it's real like hard and fast. But when you get it inside your mouth and its stomach acid meets with your stomach acid, it is a fucking trip for a long period of time.
Note to self: don't babysit one of those.
Oh, we gotta ban some bots real quick.
I
Yeah.
was just about to say, hello, robots, get the fuck out of here, because I don't believe in Skynet. So yeah.
Gotta ban some bots. Get the fuck out of here.
Fuck
See,
off, kids.
because I specifically believe in Skynet.
Yes, Valithria, that's right. Beef stick humans. Okay, so
You called them out, the beef stick humans, and they came and they offered to sell us Twitch viewers, which I mean, we got enough free Twitch viewers.
I gotta say, MJO reminding us of there are two things people hate: people who break speed limits and tourists who take pictures.
tourists who take pictures.
I have some questions for you.
All right,
While
so
this conversation about the like poison child is going on, I'm going to try to hide my phone as best as possible.
So I mean, okay.
Put it
so
in your pocket.
You asked
just
what's going on. You guys have been chosen by the Council of Nine. You know, I point out, but I think they're actually more that way and then down. They're like, you know what? It's a whole thing. One of these portals leads you to it. It's fine. We'll get to there one time. I speak fast. I talk fast. I think fast. I drive fast. My name is Rupert Flintlock. I'm going to teach you the ropes.
You drive.
All the respect I had for this man is gone.
Yeah, same
'Cause
here.
I
Drive fast.
I didn't say I speed, all right? I just said I drive fast, you know? I have fast reflexes.
Like highways and
Always
stuff.
obey
I
the
get
speed
you. I
limit.
get you.
Everybody's
Always
got to
obey the
obey
speed
the
limit.
speed limit.
That's
Everybody
right.
watching, if it's your first time, episode 2, if you don't follow the speed limit, get the fuck out of my stream.
Get out of here. Gotta go.
Do it. We don't do it here. You get shot by a Nerf gun.
Yeah, Nerf gun. Which is super inconvenient when it hits you in the mouth and you
Orange
accidentally
interior is
swallow it. You
very-
gotta pass
oh,
that shit 2 days later.
I painted over the end.
Did you have any respect for him to begin with?
Yeah, he had a real good mustache, and I enjoyed that.
So I'm gonna be like your mentor till you guys are like ready to work on your zones, you know. So I'm gonna bring you.
Hey,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know
bring
if
you
I want
backstage now.
anybody working on my zones there, partner.
Yeah,
I'm kind of in the same boat.
Your own, not your zone. For God's sakes,
cow zone.
the accent's not even that thick. I just, you know, that's okay.
So
I'm gonna bring you guys
we're just
backstage.
kinda-
Do you have any
Can I-
actual questions that might actually be relevant to the situation at hand, other than
Yes.
oh my God, what's happening again? Yes, Miss. What can I do for you?
Can I stow my bike somewhere?
Yeah. I'm gonna bring you back to the employee part of the building, and you can stow it there. We got little metal poles that support the roof. You know you can bike lock your thing there. I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna steal anything. You know, we run a pretty tight ship, but yeah, we could.
Thank you. I just get kind of quiet again.
So
we don't really have a choice in working for you, do we?
I mean, sure you did. You did until you walked through the doorway.
We agreed, and then we came down, and then, but we didn't know the guy killed a police officer until.
Yeah.
He killed a construct made of like fucking, you know, sides of ham and shit and some fucking meat string. It's all good. They just like they make it look like a person and then they cast the magics on it and it gets on up and it's like, I am police officer VPD, and you're like, oh shit, it's intelligence.
I don't know, the one that was turned into a nit was screaming pretty
because that was probably because it was an actual one of the few actual VPD police officers. Don't worry, he get turned back into a person. You know, they'll do the old doodly do on his head and all that, and he'll forget anything ever happened.
So
I mean, there's a chance he might forget everything that's ever happened, and then at that point he's just like a husk. But you know, we got uses for things like that.
Ooh, do I believe him when he says that they're constructs?
Yeah, can I get an insight?
Yeah, I want to try to do it.
Yeah, you guys can absolutely make an insight.
Oh dear God, Mark, no.
15? Okay, so
I got a 3.
So,
this was insight?
On brand.
This was insight?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a 16 plus
I just
5.
fucking
21.
that hurt.
Sorry.
I laughed and
It's really
sorry, it was in my throat, and I was like, "Oh,
This is how I die.
some shit. This is how I die." Yeah, just on camera. If I don't die, I'm fully monetized. I haven't lived my life the way I wanted it to.
We're currently not monetized on this channel.
Oh,
So you can't die on this channel. You have to go die on your main channel.
quickly log in. So Hayden, with it was a 15?
Yep.
With a 15, you're pretty confident that what he's saying is the truth. At the very least, that he truly believes what he's saying.
Oh no.
Frank, on the other hand, you don't think this guy has any idea what he's talking about. Beefsteak, man? What the fuck is that?
That ain't real.
No.
Yeah, I think they just killed a police officer, guys. I think they're going real hard. I think this guy's really bought into the metaphor of like, you know, the guy who works for the man and they're just a cog in the machine and they're robots.
Yeah, but I think we're an accessory now.
No, it's definitely crime what we are doing and what we've done.
This is almost as bad as speeding.
No, it's not even close.
I mean, I'm probably gonna make more money than delivering pizzas, so I'm good.
Yeah,
I mean, I get a job elsewhere, so I gotta be. I mean, right now it's not summer, so it's not the busiest, but
the school I was teaching at burned down under no action of my own.
Oh,
So I got time.
that's a little suspicious.
Yeah, no, I told you that arsonist Bricker back at he lit a trash can on fire and it got out of control pretty quick.
Really did.
Minimal,
Yikes.
Okay.
real minimal casualties though.
Wait, Bricker,
Were
does he
there
get a
any?
last name?
I know actually. I mean, of course he got a last name. I just don't actually. I don't know it.
I think he might have come to my camp once if he's this rambunctious as you're describing.
Yeah, he's 12 years old. He's 6'8". He's got.
Yeah, that's the one.
James, don't look so surprised. You gave him the.
I did.
Yeah. He's a big kid, and he doesn't know his own strength very good. And he kills. Well, not kills, but he basically he's real into dodgeball, and yeah, I mean that poor those poor kids on the other teams. They Trish has to deal with a lot of broken noses.
Yeah, we had to ban him from Capture the Flag after he broke another kid's leg tackling him off a cliff.
Yep. That sounds like Bricker.
Yeah. Well, I say cliff. It's like 10 feet.
More like it's like a plummet.
Yeah, it's like a plummet. That's a good one.
And so hey Flint guy.
Call it Bricker's Leap now.
Yeah. Yeah. What can I do for you?
Are you gonna like teach us? It's the loudest juice box I ever heard.
There was a lot of juice box. We're in a fucking airport, and I heard that shit.
You gonna like teach us? I'm slowly becoming you. I'm slowly gaining your accent. I have to break away.
I am sorry.
You spent weeks honing in Frank's accent. You can do this.
Are you gonna teach us like kung fu there, or are you just?
I mean, we're gonna teach you some things. Sure, you if you want to learn kung fu, sure. I mean, I'm sure we could find some guy who's just who's willing to teach a bunch of people kung fu in S.A.S.S headquarters.
Okay, so what do you want to? What is it we do?
What I do, and what I
Let's go.
do is I teach people like you. Well, I'm a mentor here, so I'm going to teach you guys how to.
Frank can be great at this.
Integrate with the supernatural societies outside. So, by the way, S.A.S., stands for Syndicate for the amalgamation or assimilation of supernatural societies. That is what we do here. We deal with the supernatural societies that live amongst regular people. And you guys ain't regular people. Yeah, that's why you're here, because you've got even a little bit of magical potential. Be it prophesized, or you got a magic space, magic sugar daddy, or like you've been reading some books, or it's kind of
yeah. I got a magic squirrel.
You guys, yeah, I see that magic squirrel with the gold eyes. It's fucking unsettling, but I'm kind of like super into it because squirrels. It's just giving me a little bit of flashbacks. I used to work for S.A.S. More out east, back in home in New York. And one time, Central Park, some fucking druids awakened a bunch of squirrels and gave them Tech 9s. So that was a real interesting summer.
They don't even got thumbs.
Oh well, it doesn't matter when they're awakened. If a squirrel wants to shoot a tourist with a fucking Tech 9 that's the same size as it, it's gonna shoot a tourist with a Tech 9.
Kind of wrap the arm around, then wrap the.
Hey, listen, I didn't really have much time to be like judging them on their firearms capabilities because they were fucking killing tourists.
I mean, they probably just worked 2 to a gun.
I mean, that might have been it, like a gun team from like World War II, Browning.
Like a machine gun nest,
A machine gun nest. There you go. Yeah. But from the fucking trees of Central Park, and some tourist is like, I'm gonna take a picture of the lake. This looks great. And then all of a sudden, the mincemeat. Anyway, sorry. She's just the squirrel setting me off. It's all good. We're good. Breathe through it. You're good. You're okay. So I'm gonna bring you guys on the back, and we're gonna do a little bit of a light orientation, but we're basically I'm always been like I believe like a sink or swim kind of guy. So we're just gonna go hit the street, I already have an assignment for us. Think of yourselves as kind of like magic detectives. You know, we're gonna go out there. We're gonna deal with the supernatural societies. You know, we're probably gonna be dealing with the trash gnomes a couple of times today because we've had some issues with the refuse fae. You know, the guys that keep your streets clean. You know, like if you think some of the streets in Vancouver are bad now, well, you should have seen it when those motherfuckers struck like 6 years ago. Oh shit, literal pyramids of garbage. So I'm going to take you to the back. We're going to have a little conversation. I'm going to figure out some stuff about you, see what your talents are, how I can use you best. And then we're going to hit the road and you know, I'll explain things a little bit better.
Right.
You know, this is not exactly the best place for us to sit down, you know, and have a conversation.
I'll come
with,
see your
poison
orientation
toads
thing.
and Mary's, you know, coming down off of the fucking poison from Poison Planet.
We're gonna do like a
It is pretty
training
crazy.
montage?
Like a training montage? No, not a training montage. We don't invite people to join S.A.S. who are like, you know, you guys will be able to handle yourselves. You know, we're not gonna go fight a fucking dragon today, okay? You know, nobody's fought a dragon.
There's a cat.
It's Charlie.
Oh God, there's a cat.
Everybody follow the channel for more Charlie.
Say hello to
Meow, meow,
Charlie.
motherfuckers.
Hey, buddy.
So why don't you guys follow me? We're gonna go into the employee area. Mary, you can park your bike. Oh, Hayden, don't worry about the BMW. The garage has closed itself. It doesn't even have a door anymore.
Yeah.
I'll show you how to get in later. And to those of you that you know, and see that, I'm pretty sure you parked your truck in the parking lot. Don't worry,
Yeah.
it doesn't exist anymore. So your car's like kind of safe in an extra dimensional space. Don't worry about it.
What?
Your car doesn't exist anymore.
I mean, technically it doesn't. Technically, it's being held outside of time and space.
Can you like pull stuff from it here? Because I don't like if I'm doing like fighting. What did you say? Goblin, trash, gnome, monster things in the streets.
Fight? I don't know if I'm up for fighting any gnomes. I don't think.
How did you fucking get goblin trash gnomes? I didn't mention the word goblin once.
Yeah, I caught half of what you're saying. If I'm totally honest.
Oh my God. Okay, be level with me, Sita, because they didn't tell me. Like you look like a little hippy dippy. Are you smoking some left-handed cigarettes? You know, you having a bacon devil's lettuce and tomato sandwich? Huh? You see what I'm putting down? Huh?
Nah, that stuff's.
Might have been
Oh,
from the toad.
Christ! Well, then that's really fucking. That's really concerning that you didn't pick up on most of that stuff.
Only thing I'm on is sleep deprivation.
Hey, me too, buddy.
You're also on copious amounts of child mouth, apparently.
Also, don't say it like that.
From Planet Poison
Don't.
there.
Yeah.
All right, let's maybe go and do the thing before it gets any worse over here. Rupert, you okay there, buddy? You having a good time?
Midlife crisis.
Rupert, I've been through a couple of those, and Rupert, you having some trouble there, buddy?
You really got a child's mouth.
I think
Just wave past it. It never happened.
Don't ever say those words to me again. Oh my God, I don't know. You just got me so off guard. Child's mouth, yeah, it's a real problem. The drugs are the streets now. You know, nobody does meth anymore. It's just child mouth.
Oh no!
Show me some mouth, child mouth. I'm never gonna emotionally recover from this moment. Okay, so come on, Pernix, get your fucking shit together.
Rupert, we really gotta keep it moving, otherwise.
You know what? Give me a fucking minute. That man said child's mouth. So yeah, that's it. So Rupert, he kind of like turns on his heel and he like kind of gestures towards this doorway that you're not entirely certain was there before, and the doorway is just kind of like there. It's just the frame of the door and a door just kind of standing in free space. And he kind of starts walking towards it. He's like, why don't you guys follow me and we'll sit down, have some coffee, get a little bit, you know, get a couple of sandwiches in us, you know, and we'll talk about what to expect today, and I'll figure out what you guys what your capabilities are. Okay.
Mary immediately leans forward whenever he brings up sandwiches, and she's just What kind of sandwiches?
And
I mean,
Frank kind of like leans over her shoulder again, like from behind. Is like, just wait.
yeah. So I mean, you know, we got most kind of deli meats. We got most kinds of bread. You know, all the
All you can
condiments you
eat?
can ever think of. Well, yeah. I mean, it's you gotta
Totally
have some
free?
kind of. Yes, it's free. It's food for employees, and that's what you guys are now.
Like is it on like a buffet line, or are we talking like you gotta put an order in?
No, it's I mean, it's like a buffet line. Like everything's on display, but you know, there's a guy there who can put the sandwiches together for you, and he follows directions like to the T. Like, oh,
This isn't the same kind of meats they're using to make the cops, right?
No, this is real deli meat, and this is not the refused meat of other dead things that we use. Oh yeah, did I not mention that most of the VPD force are necromantic creatures? I'm sorry, I sometimes I forget.
You were implying that they were like beef boys.
Yeah, well, you know, like beef. You know, I guess technically the term is long pig, but that's fine. You know,
Yeah,
whatever.
people aren't beef. They're
I mean, people can be beef.
People aren't beef.
What beef? You know, beef. When you ground up
Beef
meat,
is
it turns
like
into beef. Isn't that how it turns into
cattle,
beef?
isn't it?
I've been around the block a few times, and let me tell you, buddy, people aren't beef.
You know, he's not wrong. They're beef is like explicitly cow meat.
Fine. I'd say
they are
say
recycled components from, you know, sometimes you know, this job isn't always safe. Sometimes, you know, one of us gets taken out by loose lich. You know, sometimes there's a gelatinous cube hiding in the hallway that you don't notice until you're inside it, and it's like, oh, Terry's dead. So you know, when
if
we take the remnants.
If we die on the job, you'd turn us into cops?
I mean, if you die not on the job, we'll probably turn you into cops, yeah.
Oh.
Wild. Can I opt out?
It might be a deal breaker.
I mean, yeah, you can opt out of that. It's, you know, we have to have your permission.
Okay, yeah. Can we get the form to opt out of that? Like,
I mean, here's the thing. Do you have an organ donor card?
Yeah.
Well, if you look on the back side, now that you've entered the building, there is the opt out of Vancouver Police Department. You just kind of check that box. You know, you just got to use a pen or something, and he'll hand you like a pen.
Yeah, I'll leave it in.
Yeah,
I don't need it if I'm dead.
If I get killed, make sure I go to like a scientific institution and not a magical one, because these guys are kind of freaking me out.
Okay. Yeah. No. I get it. It's your first day. You know,
I don't want to be a beef cop. I'm sorry.
Okay. I didn't say you had to be a beef cop. Okay. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
I had to opt out.
This is true. I didn't say it.
Could it be like a police dog?
It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right. So yeah, if you guys just follow me. So you guys have been walking, and he opens up the door, and the door opens, and there's just a completely different room on the other end, and he just kind of nonchalantly walks in.
As most doors.
As most doors. Yeah, but it's not in a wall, my friend. It's in free-flanning space.
Okay.
Oh yeah, but fair. All right. Yeah.
Most doors open to other rooms.
I've seen plenty of doors that don't open out of the rooms, but you know.
Name 3.
That's because I live in shitty housing. Oh, yes, this is the door in the middle of my living room. So you guys, he leads you into like just kind of like a stock break room. But there, kind of like one of the far walls, just opposite the door, there is this long buffet table with all kinds of meats and cheeses and garnish, you know, of vegetables. And condiments kind of like laid out and in this very like nice prim proper kind of sandwich buffet, and standing behind it is this guy with a hairnet and he's got a clean shaven baby face. He's probably not older than like 20 and he's a little bit hefty and he's just currently putting together a sandwich for this tall, thin, pale, pointy-eared individual.
Mary's just gonna look at Frank and then walk over to the sandwiches.
Yeah, I appreciate the gumption, kiddo, but we're an hour into the stream, and I don't know if we have a lot of time for sandwiches.
I eat them. I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you guys sit down. I don't know why I'm speaking like Rupert now. You guys sit down.
Infectious. It's a plague.
It is. It's a plague. Oh shit.
We will all be frightened by the end of the campaign.
Yeah. So you guys sit down. You get your sandwiches. You get some food in you. And the next couple of hours is kind of just a sit down talk with Rupert Flintlock, and he gives you the spiel. S.A.S.S was founded in 1322. We've held off quite a few really bad things. We help integrate and assimilate the supernatural societies. We deal with the supernatural on a regular basis, just trying to make sure that everyone lives amongst each other. There is a lot of magic in the city of Vancouver. Now that you're part of S.A.S., you're going to start noticing a lot of it. A lot of the people walking down the street aren't people. They're orcs, elves, dwarves. They're magical creatures who just live their lives, go to the office, work at a gas station. But there is this field of magic that kind of like encompasses the entirety of Vancouver. And it allows people to adopt, a different visage, to look human. If you're already human, you really can't tap into that magic because we're not so inclined. But if you're an elf, a dwarf, etc., you can look like a human. You can look like a big guy, a fat guy, a small guy, lady, Yeah. Some of these creatures like to live as animals, depending if they have the capabilities.
Hayden, you know how to do that? Hayden, you know how to do that?
To make myself look like other people?
Yeah, you're like super smart and all that, right?
I've never really been interested in that school of magic, no.
Yeah, not a big fan of the transmutations, huh? What kind of schools you into there, Hayden?
Enchantment.
Enchantment. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense with you casting friends on me and all that.
Not already fancy looking enough?
Just no response.
Or is that all magic too?
Just me.
Yeah. Oh, I see a little bit of rivalry going on here. This will be good for team building. So you guys, I gotta say, working here is pretty simple. 9 times out of 10, everything goes fine. You just gotta talk a refuse fay off the fucking edge and make sure that one of the I call them doo-doo fairies, but there is an actual name for them. They're the ones who deal with the human waste, that gets generated by the populace of people who unfortunately don't have homes. So they make sure that stuff goes away as best as they can, but they can also create the stuff. Like they literally hold power over piss and shit. So sometimes you got to talk one of them off the ledge of dumping a bunch of stuff down the back of some fucking douchebag businessman because you don't want to create trouble, right? You got to keep tensions low. You are diplomats who on occasion have to deal with bad eggs. And sometimes those bad eggs are going to throw punches or fire guns at you. And I got to be real with you. The pay is decent. The training's good. I'm always going to have your back until you guys are ready to go out on your own. But it's a good job. You don't have to give up your whole life like they do in the Men's of Black, the little movie that they made. Totally based off us, by the way. It's a huge debacle. You don't
like
have
like a whistleblower type deal, but like
hold on. You told us that you couldn't have the memory clickers because of a copyright issue, but they based it off you. So like
they won the court case. It was a whole fucking thing. They won in both mundane and magical court. It was fucking ridiculous.
Just dang shame.
Yeah. Sometimes if you got the best lawyers, you win.
Yep.
It's a good job. I love this job. I devote myself entirely to this job. You don't have to do that. Put into it what you want to get out of it. But I got to be real. Sometimes it can get quite hairy out there. And you just got to keep your cool. You got to breathe. You keep breathing, good. Calm people live. Panicked people don't live.
Listen, man, I work with kids for a living. I know how hairy things can get.
Parents you do, right? Frank, you're a substitute teacher. You know how horrible it can be out there.
Frank just like his gaze passes over the 3 other party members, and he goes, Yeah.
Okay, so we've had ourselves some sandwiches. We drank, there's been coffee. He's like, "Do you have any Do you have any questions that things that you want reassurances on, anything like that?" And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna head out on the street.
I got one that gets kind of existential.
Hey, what's up?
So like, is hell real?
I mean, technically, yeah.
So like,
not in the sense that you might think. Like hell does exist. There's the 9 levels of hell. They're kind of watched over.
I know for me, God did come down and tell me that it was my destiny to like stick around and fight the oncoming demonic plague, and like that hasn't happened yet, and I've been waiting for like a really long time. I denied some like employment opportunities so I could stick around and make sure I had God's back. But like, to what degree is that covered here?
I'm gonna deal with a squirrel.
Is the destiny thing like a separate side gig? Do I need to get in touch with God's lawyer about like remunerations?
No. So if you was prophesied that you'd be one of the chosen ones, that will be known by S.A.S., and if such a thing were to arise, you would lead the fight back, And let me tell you, there's been a few times where the demons and devils have gotten a little too fucking uppity, and we've had to kind of, we've come this close to war a couple of times, and let me tell you, that's not something anybody wants. Well, that's something they want, but we don't want that.
Cedar just kind of eyes up the squirrel.
If you are the chosen one, and you're meant to do that, then I gotta tell you. And I know you're getting long on the tooth. I mean, I'm old. I don't look at that much, but I'm getting old. I get it, but if I'm gonna be brutally honest, you just gotta hold on a little bit longer. Do this job, and when the moment arises, and you'll know it, you're gonna lead S.A.S. You're gonna lead S.A.S. in the fight back, but it's not a separate thing.
Is there like do you get like a Christmas bonus for leading the army against the encroaching darkness, or?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
All right.
Get yourself some nice cheddar, and not just money, but it's the pride in the fact.
The cheese is good too, and he picks up the sandwich.
The sandwiches are pretty great.
So, Sita, do you have any questions? Anything I can answer for you? Anything at all? I've been doing this for a long time, so there's
Is this part-time, full-time? How are the hours?
I mean, it might infringe upon your regular life a little bit, but usually, I mean, if you're gonna maybe you miss a day of work, maybe you miss 2 days of work, but your work's not gonna notice. We take care of that for you, right?
You make
depending
like
on what you need.
Meat double a me or whatever for like a day.
No, we have our diplomatic ways of making sure that no one ever loses the job, no one loses their apartment, nothing bad happens to somebody,
gotcha.
Outside in the in their life outside of the out of operations for S.A.S.
All right. If that's the case, then I think I might be in, as long as I'm not losing my Camp Golden Eyes.
No. Yeah. We allow people to maintain their lives outside of S.A.S. because we recognize, it's hard. It can be hard, right? Yeah, the hours can be long. Sometimes you got to face off against some shit, and you just want to be able to go home and not have to worry about having lost your job at Pizza Hut because you weren't there to deliver some pizzas. What about you? What about you, Hayden? You got any questions that I can answer for you? Anything at all, my friend?
Yeah, I've got a couple. One, do you have any books that I can borrow that would help me understand?
Get any books that I can borrow on magic?
I'll just kind of glance and then look back at Rupert.
Rivalry. It's beautiful. Love it. Any books that we might have to help you understand magic a little bit more?
More like about the refuse fay.
Yeah, we got a decently loaded library. I mean, I can give you the gist of it. The refuse fay, I like most fay. They came from the Fey Wild, and they kind of felt it. They found a niche, working with the mundanes, and so they take care of our garbage, our refuse. Hence the name. But before we head out, I could get you a book, and it'll have some ins and outs about the creatures themselves?
Sure. And the second question is, how can we see them? And like, if the people are elves and orcs, but they look like people, how are we going to be able to tell a difference?
Because you're gonna have. I guess the way the kind of the way to explain it is that when you work for S.A.S., you get imbued with a small amount of magic, and S.A.S. controls the field of illusory magic that allows people to look like other people, and so because you're part of that, you get a little tiny bit inside of you. You can see when somebody is, when they're actually an elf, a dwarf, and all that. Now, there are individuals out there who are more proficient in illusion magic, who can kind of, blind us in that way. So we do got to keep our feet on the ground. We got to keep our eyes in our heads, make sure we're always kind of swiveling. But for the most part, you're going to be able to tell when someone's not, just some run of the mill guy working at a gas station, and he's a Minotaur, and he's really only working there because he loves huff and paint. Just
Great.
Throwing a random example out there.
He's like
working at a paint store,
like writing notes, or not furiously, but yeah.
Tons of notes. What about you, Mary? Is there any questions, anything at all that I can answer for you?
Not that I can think of. I guess the only thing that I would be curious about is if there are any like temples around for me to, stop by and.
I mean, temples. No, there really aren't any temples on the material plane, like on Earth, much anymore. However, there are temples and on other places that you can go to through the portal system. But we do have a tiny, well, not a tiny room. It's a kind of like a 15 by 15 foot room. It's kind of like a church, one of those chapels at a hospital. Like it's for everybody. So we have that here. It's actually just kind of and he points down a hallway. He's like, it's just down there, 2 doors on the left, and the magic ley line that kind of lies under it allows most people to contact the deities. Like if you're praying to Sugadug, the fucking goblin god of murder, you ain't getting that here. Nah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So orientation, yeah.
Yeah, this was basically it. We don't do a lot of sit down and talking orientation. What we're gonna do is we're gonna load up in the one of the company vans, and we're gonna go take a stroll. We've had some problems with the refuse fay lately. Like they're missing.
Oh.
Garbage is starting to pile up. Human refuse is starting to pile up. And the last time something like this happened, they kind of like they struck in a way. Like they're not unionized in the way that we know it, but they struck, which is a problem because then the garbage starts to pile up. And a second feature that we use them for is whenever they use the magics, that magic, a bit of it is kind of siphoned off, and it powers the illusion kind of dome around the city. So with them gone, there's less magic being funneled into that. And it's like a generator. It needs fuel. Eventually it's going to turn off. And if it turns off, well, let me tell you something. Becky getting a cup of coffee from a fucking Sahuagin who's sitting in a tank somewhere, she's going to be real freaked out.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's just get into it there, because you're saying a lot of fancy magic words that I don't really get, and maybe some on-the-job experience is gonna.
That's the plan. So grab yourselves a second sandwich if you want. There's some drinks in the fridge. If you guys just want to follow me,
make sure to grab yourselves water. I don't want you getting dehydrated on the job.
Yeah, maybe you should grab some water too, Cedar. I've seen you drink nothing but fucking peanut punch, and I'm starting to get a little bit worried it's going to turn your blood into fruit punch. Huh?
He sort of gestures to the sides of the bag, like where it's got like the holsters for water bottles. He's like stacked plastic water bottles from the first table in there, like holsters.
He's like, all right, perfect. I'm just double checking. I was worried about you, Cedar. All right, so come with me. And so he's going to lead you down a surprisingly mundane kind of looking building. It looks like the upstairs of a grocery store. Bland white walls. There's paper notices, kind of like intermittently dispersed. There's a couple of offices you can look into, see, a couple of humanoids doing some work at a computer. There's some people, eating snacks. Someone's watching TV. And he leads you down a flight of stairs have a U-bend in them, and you kind of head down into a basement garage. And there's several vehicles. Yep.
Hey, do we grab that book at some point on the way?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yes. Okay. So he tells you guys to wait at the top of the stairs. He kind of doubles back and comes back with this kind of leather bound, like a small journal. And I'll hand it to you. And he goes, these are, it's not one of those like fancy written books, you know, but this is somebody who deals with the refuse fee a lot. So this is his private journal. So it's going to have some notes in it and all that. That'll be a lot more, it'll be more informational than it will be kind of like, you know, preachy than some of the other books you get, you know? And he'll lead you down into the garage, into the basement of the garage, and he'll lead you past a fleet of like really nice cars, you know, a Ford Lincoln. There's a couple of Mercedes, you know, like lovely colors, and he beelines it and pulls the keys out for this shoddy Volkswagen van. You know, like driver over engine van. And
Oh, hell
How
yeah.
teal is it?
It's pretty fucking teal. And he'll you know, he opens up the sliding door and opens it up. And as you stare in, it's kind of larger on the inside than it should be. And there's multiple seating arrangements, almost kind of like an airline. Like there's a walkway, you know, the corridor down in between two sets of seats on either side of it. And and he goes, yeah, hop on in. We're gonna go for a bit of a ride.
All right then. I guess sure.
I hop in.
Mm-hmm. Cedar will also hop in the vehicle.
The vehicle.
Yeah.
Seems to be
first
admiring
generation
the,
car. It's got wood.
Cedar seems to be
paneling on it.
admiring it.
I'll find a spot and just be like, ugh.
Question is it one of the
Dust
ones
and
with like, the
seed
pop-up top for like a camping area?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh,
As soon as Hayden sits down, he's going to pop that book open, or the journal, and he's going to speed read it and try to memorize as much as possible.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you go ahead and make me an intelligence check and see how much you can really kind of like
Just a
absorb.
straight intelligence check.
I am going to look up the 5e skills because for some reason, even though I've run the game for a long time, I can never remember which specific skills are in 5e. I always remember. I remember 3.5.
So many additions.
Investigation.
Yeah, an investigation. You can make an investigations check.
12.
All right, 12. Yeah, you do a pretty solid job of speed reading through this book. There's a few sections that are maybe like kind of advanced in comparison to the rest of the book, and you're like, okay, I'm not quite sure what this individual's talking about here, because it is kind of written like in a personal way, not necessarily bullet point, but it's very like this is the refuse phase. This is this particular phase job. These are their abilities. It's kind of like almost like a character sheet on each page, and you just kind of flip them through. So you get a pretty decent idea. So I'm going to give you a +2 to any check made to discern abilities or capabilities and the motives of any refuse fey that you might encounter for the remainder of the session. All right.
Once we're all in the back of the van, I think Frank's just gonna kind of like speak up with everybody there and be like, "So, I mean, I taught you guys all how to play like soccer and everything, but we've never had to like fight a trash demon or anything. So like, I mean, I know we're all magic and that's out of the bag, but like, what do you guys? What's your flavor of what do you do? What's your guy?
I mean, for me at least, most of the powers the squirrel here gave me little tricks that'd be useful around the camp. You know, I can create a small little bonfire, I can make little illusions. I usually use that to make cool shadow puppets and little things dancing in the fire when I'm telling stories. I can also put like a old witch curse on people. I don't know how useful that is.
Whoa, that's a departure.
I mean, I don't have a lot of witch experience, if I'm being honest, so I don't know what that means or what it does.
All I know is apparently Squirrel gave it to me for self defense if I ever need it, but haven't needed it yet. So
I guess let's stick to that, and let's not light any bonfires in downtown Vancouver.
Oh, I can also make some real good snacks.
Great.
Not lighting.
Perfect.
They really fill you up. They can also, they're great first aid thing as well. If somebody's like bleeding out or whatever,
Okay,
you could like
that sounds
pop
like good
one of
magic.
those.
That sounds like good healing magic. Healing magic's always
Yeah.
a great one.
I also got my longbow, which is in my truck.
Let's focus down on magic that doesn't shoot arrows or fire into people.
No. Oh my God. I completely forgot. Okay. So, Cedar, you got a longbow? Okay. So, what I'm going to get each of you to do, and he kind of reaches over into the glove box of the Volkswagen, and he's reaching really far over because like the vehicle's a little bit more wide than it would naturally be. And he plops it open and he pulls out, those rub-on tattoos?
Yeah.
You peel the plastic, place it on, and you like press the cool water on the back of it to get it to stick to your skin. He pulls several of those out and he kind of like passes it back to the closest person. He's like, why don't each of you take one of those, find a design you like. And they're kind of like childlike, like there's a unicorn, there's a snake around a knife, like they're just they're kind of on the nose.
This one's just SpongeBob. You guys got the rights. You got the rights to SpongeBob, but you can
listen, I don't control what we won in the court case or not. Like we got SpongeBob, but we didn't get
guy. I mean,
we didn't get imaginary technology that we tried to make fucking real. What is this bullshit? No justice,
Yeah, but at least we got SpongeBob. Everyone's good best friend SpongeBob back here.
I'll take
This one's
SpongeBob.
like a set of mountain. Okay, what are we thinking, guys? Set a mountain or leaves? This one's just one leaf. It's not bad.
So, are we just why?
I want you to apply these.
I think it's a team building exercise.
These, they may just look like those stupid little mundane tattoos, but what they have is they're magical, and it will allow you, should you be so inclined, to keep a weapon on yourself in the tattoo. Now, you apply that, and that's going to let you place a weapon inside the tattoo, and the tattoo is going to change and look like the weapon, and it's going to be perfect in your skin. Mundane people and most magical folk ain't going to be able to identify it, right? And it's not like we go out there in uniform saying we're with S.A.S.S. It's I've got a badge, and when you guys are on your own, when I'm no longer needed to mentor you, you'll each get your own badges. But if you guys don't use weapons, you don't need one.
I'm good.
Yeah, if you don't,
I don't like to kill guys with swords. That's not my particular style.
You can store a football in there.
Could you store a football in there?
You could store a football in there.
Dodgeball.
Frank's like, actually, you know what? I just.
I mean, it'd be convenient because the kids are always losing. Having a spare football would be pretty useful sometimes.
I think I'm gonna go with the leaf.
All right. He said he's gonna turn into your longbow when you put it on you, so it doesn't matter what one you pick at all.
I mean, my longbow's in the truck, so I'm gonna have to go with like. He starts digging through his bag, through like the boxes of juice boxes, and pulls out from the very bottom a hatchet.
Yeah.
No.
Cedar, let's.
If you you can either put the hatchet in the magic tattoo, or you can put your longbow. Which would you prefer?
Let's not axe murder anybody.
I mean, it'd be a longbow if I.
Frank, we're not gonna.
Oh, you can choose one.
I mean, the tattoo can only hold one, and you can only have one tattoo. If you stop putting more on, weird things start happen to your genetics.
Can you like change out what's in the tattoo? Or
I mean, yeah, you can draw the weapon, and it doesn't even have to be a weapon. It could be an item. If you want to sneak a skeleton key, if you want to sneak some lock picks, if you think we might need them. You want to put a football? Absolutely, yeah. You can sneak things into it. Most people do the weapon though.
Frank is gonna put one on, and what he's gonna put into it is the bottle of painkillers.
Just start.
Just like a box of like extra strength ibuprofen.
Yeah, the 500 milligram. Yeah. Okay.
I'll put mine on, and I'll put the stun gun in it.
The stun gun.
Christ,
Okay.
man.
I'll take mine, but I won't use it, and I'll just put it in my shirt pocket.
Okay.
He's just an unused one.
Yeah.
Actually, if we're hoping to not hurt anything, let's. He pulls out bear spray, a can of bear spray. Just
goes.
See, that's gonna hurt people.
Yeah, but it's not lethal, right? Like,
I mean, I fucking hope not.
Okay, well,
another large rat.
I mean, if you try hard enough, anything's lethal.
yeah, I guess so. So we know Cedar's like a
Jesus, Mary. I honestly wasn't expecting that from you.
Cedar's some kind of forest witch now, so that's great. He's got an axe. Let's try to avoid that.
Some kind of forest witch now.
Do I just jam it in, or how does this work?
It's a tattoo. You know, cold cloth.
So once you got the tattoo on, you just gotta press it on your skin. It'll do its thing. You just gotta kind of concentrate. You gotta think about the item that's in your hand being in the tattoo. Sometimes it takes people a little while, and sometimes it's just it's like riding a bike.
Ow!
Yeah, you did it really hard there, champ.
Yeah, that did not work as I expected
fucking
it to.
hatchet into his wrist.
Oh
right,
God.
Mary and Hayden there. What kind of spells you got? What's your? I mean, Hayden said to the other guy he did like enchantment stuff. I don't know what that means.
It means he makes everyone think he's great.
Accurate. Yeah, I basically just have.
He like took the thing and he's like back at the journal because I assume it took a long time.
All right. Well, Hayden's doing his best over there.
Yeah, I basically just have stuff that can make you feel better, basically.
Oh,
I don't do a lot of damage. I mean, I just heal.
Mary, are you talking about healing magic, or are you talking about rubbing kid spit on people? Because we gotta.
No. I did not shove my arm down his throat. He shoved his throat on my arm. I would like to clarify.
You did then try to wipe it off on Hayden there to give him a fucking.
I was high. Come on, man.
You were high after Mary. That bitch is crazy.
All right. Well, I mean, it sounds like we mostly got things that won't kill people, and that's a big plus for me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I also have a knife.
Let's leave the knife in the van, maybe. And also the axe and anything that's any blades.
Oh yeah, and I can see perfectly in the dark. I should probably mention that.
Frank's just like, oh, good. We're gonna go non-lethal. And Mary's like, I have a knife. You're like, well, stop. We just,
Hey kiddos, let's leave all the blades in the car for this one. How about?
Okay.
For old time's sake, let's not have any knife wounds and axe murders.
No pocket knife.
On old Frank's conscience.
I'm gonna stealthily stick the pocket knife just like in my waistband.
I am gonna contest it.
Okay.
Yep. So Mary, make a sleight of hand, and you make a perception.
I got a 2. But it's plus.
I got a 14.
So I got a 4.
I got a 14.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Mary. I appreciate you following.
You're welcome, Mr. Masters.
Again, you could just call me Frank. You're like 22 years old or something now. I don't know. You don't have.
I'm 25, but thanks.
That's even more, Mary.
That's a compliment.
Great. Yeah. Let's just we can be on a first name basis. It's been like 8 years, Mary. I know your dad, so.
I know your dad. All right, so you guys touching moment. All right, so
the touching moment is please leave the knives in the car.
So we gotta leave the garage now, and this is the moment where you're gonna get a little bit of that magic kind of like kind of put inside you. So please, I apologize for any discomfort that's about to occur, as it were.
I'll stop studying at that moment.
All right. So he like jams the key in the ignition, turns it over. It takes a couple of tries. He has to like, it's and he finally gets to the click over, and he pulls out of the spot, and the van's a little bit like rocky. It's not 100%. It's not been maintained to pristine condition. And he drives towards this large gate that automatically rises up. And as you kind of break through the precipice of this gate, you get this very strong kind of like weight kind of pressed upon you, and it forces you back in your seat and kind of forces the air out of your lungs. And Rupert's just like, "Hey guys, it's pretty fleeting. Just try to breathe, And as this magic is being forced into your body, each and every one of you gets
It's volleyball week all over again.
You pass it. What?
It's volleyball camp all over again.
He got hit in the chest. Bricker really got him with one of those.
Gotcha.
Right in the solar plexus.
Yeah, your world starts to kind of collapse. You begin to get tunnel vision, and then it's almost like you're staring at the world through a straw, and your heart is pounding in your ears. And it is an intense experience, but it is quite fleeting. And maybe a second or two later, everything kind of it reopens. Your vision kind of regains its complexity. You're able to take a kind of hard, deep breath. And the van is just kind of coasting up this little hill, and it's coming out onto the street in Vancouver. And he makes a right-hand turn and just kind of pulls into traffic as usual. And he's talking to you guys as you guys are driving. He's like, everyone okay? Anybody, you need anything?
Oh, that was so uncomfortable.
I don't. Does that happen every time we leave, or is that?
No. Just the first time. To get that magic kind of pushing you. Don't worry.
I don't know if my heart could take another one of them.
I want to look outside and see if anything is different.
Oh, me too.
I don't.
Oh, Frank's like a horse with blinders on. He's like, I'll just put this on myself.
No.
If I don't see it, it's not happening.
Everything is different.
Oh no.
As you stare out, and you're somewhere on like Broadway and Columbia Street, like you're near that intersection. Everything is different. The sky itself has this rainbow kind of like sheen to it, and you can see like this light dome that's kind of expands over the horizon, and what you can assume kind of encompasses the entire city of Vancouver. And you can see all manner of creatures walking down the street. You can see tall, thin, kind of like pale creatures with the pointed ears. Anyone who's seen Lord of the Rings, you can tell that these individuals are elves. They tend to be kind of dressed better, nice suits, nice gowns, kind of thing. A very prim and proper, kind of the holier than thou kind of showing in their personality. And then you can see on the street corners, possibly homeless, ragged clothing, unkempt, unshaven, individuals that they kind of look like they might be part fish. There are orcish looking creatures. There's a 2.5 foot tall, green skinned, long, pointed eared, kind of like a mouthful of jagged teeth creature walking down the street, and it's on a cell phone, and it's got a cup of Starbucks coffee in its hand, and it's just walking down the street, drinking a coffee, talking on the phone. Some of the buildings look different. You can see like this almost tangible kind of like strings, like magical aura kind of floating around the outsides of buildings. Some of which, you can't see in through the windows. It's kind of like blacked out.
Wow. Mary's just gonna as you know, everybody's in the car and driving, she's literally just going to be pressed up against the window, like staring outside.
Window seat, yeah.
Just
Yeah.
Anything
whoa,
interesting out there, Mary?
I wanna try to test
everything.
something. Oh,
Mhm.
sorry.
Oh, heck, you're right.
I want to take a picture and see if it looks like what I'm seeing.
Oh yeah, to see if like maybe the camera doesn't quite pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you take out your camera and you're like, and you get the flash, and so you look at the picture, and so it's kind of ruined because the glass reflects the flash, but you can see on the other side, you can see that goblin-esque looking creature talking on a cell phone with like taking a big chug of its venti fucking Starbucks cup. The cup the size bigger than its head.
Okay. And then he's gonna go to old pictures of stuff around Vancouver and see if they're different.
They are.
Oh God.
You know, like you've got like a picture where you're taking a picture of yourself and you're near like a water fountain, and there are fish-headed creatures kind of poking out of the water fountain that you had never seen at that point in time. You know, you've got pictures of like, you know, like you saw a sign or something that you found either humorous or maybe even like just incorrect in some way, and you can see some like kind of hybrid creature eating like tofu in a restaurant window, just kind of off kilter frame.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Good to know.
So Frank's sorry, not Frank. Rupert is driving you down Broadway, and he takes a left onto Manitoba Street. And he's like, "So we're gonna go to a place called Jonathan Rogers Park, and it's kind of a, you know, it's kind of a popular park. Kids love going there. It's got a couple of playgrounds on it and all that. It's kind of it's a place that the refuse fae they like to hang out. You know, it's still kind of like an industrial kind of commercials, not like an industrial, like commercial zone as well. So we're gonna pull in, and we're gonna go looking. All right. Now we're looking for missing refuse fae, and so what we really need to keep our eyes out for, and our noses out for, are two things. Firstly, if you see any unnatural circles, you know, like nature doesn't make circles of leaves. You see anything like that, you give me a shout out, okay? I'm gonna keeping my eyes peeled as well, but I want to see how you guys do looking for things. All right. You also want to keep a nose out. Refuse fae, for whatever goddamn reason, smells strongly of garlic and cinnamon. And let me tell you, it's an unholy fucking combination that I wouldn't ever want to, you know, dabble with. But they smell strongly of garlic and cinnamon, and they tend to make little they used to call them mushroom circles, you know, toadstool circles, but they'll do it with leaves, they'll do it with like dried grass, you know, just keep your eyes peeled, okay?
All right.
And he pulls the van in kind of like on the side, up against the curb, and he kind of like hits the curb a little bit. He's like, okay, nah, you got this, and he'll turn the car off, and he's like, all right, let's head on out and let's go see what we can see. And he'll come around, and there's the pay meters, and he'll kind of take out some change and start feeding it into the meter. He's like, okay, so I'm giving us a couple of hours, you know, just to look around. And he kind of, and it's kind of starting, it's becoming a little bit more overcast. There's not many families here. You know, you can see a couple dotting them in the distance. You know, there's some swings and stuff like that. And it's basically just like a large open green field with some soccer goals. And like this one section, it's kind of like it's dug into the ground a little bit, and it's all concrete. And then there is one building. It's obviously it's like the bathrooms and like a maintenance area in case anything ever goes wrong. There's a couple of trees, but they mostly line the sidewalk. And this time of year, they're kind of in full bloom. You know, you got some foliage. So what do you guys do?
Before I start sort of like looking around, just like a general question, do you think that Mary would have like been to this park before in her past? Like, would she be familiar with this exact location, or like probably not? I've never been to Vancouver, so
For your
I don't know.
context, here You can. I sent you a picture of the. Oh, actually, I'll just pull it up on my face. Hold up.
Sure.
I'll just pull it up on my face. Fantastic.
forgot I
Yeah.
could do
So
that.
I mean, if you live in the area, Jonathan Rogers Park isn't it's no Stanley Park, but it's a common enough park that people tend to go to. Usually when you're a bit younger. At night it tends to have kind of some
Oh, I see.
some drunkenness, some drunken teenagers.
Frank is going to close his eyes real tight for a second, and they open up, and they're like bright. And I am going to use Divine Sense to detect the presence of Fae.
Wah.
Oh shit! There you go. Yeah. So, what's the range on that?
60 feet, but I can keep it active.
60 feet. Okay.
Now I live in the park.
There you go, Cedar.
We haven't really we've implied, but we haven't really explained the mechanics behind this hack we're using.
That's true.
I don't think we should get too deep into it, but for the sake of the viewer, it's fair to assume that Cedar's a warlock, Frank's a paladin, Hayden's a wizard, and Mary's a cleric as far as basic mechanics goes, but there is some weirdness. So if you're trying to follow along mechanics, you're gonna have a rough time.
Yeah.
So yeah, you open your eyes and so Divine Sense, is that only creatures or is it
Open your awareness to detect such forces. I can't find it if it's behind total cover, but it is just creatures.
okay?
The type of any being whose presence you sense, but not its identity. And I also detect if any place or object in the area has been consecrated or desecrated.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay. So you kind of head into the park, and you don't get a ping right away, but you do. What does it say here? Strong. Okay. So that's just strong, evil, and good. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, you're kind of glaring around, and again, because you now have the power of the magical kind of detection of S.A.S., the S.A.S., aura within you. You've seen a few other things, like you notice one of the families kind of with their child. It's an elven family. Elves kind of tend to be the most prominent of these fantastical races that you've seen so far. But you get a ping just off to the kind of to your right, and you kind of give it a quick glance, and you see something very, very briefly kind of disappear behind a tree, and you lose the ping. Yeah. But you start realizing that there is something in the area, you're not coming up on a dead lead, as it were.
Okay. I'm gonna point over to the bundle of trees because I assume I lost the ping because he went behind full cover in the tree line.
Yes.
Basically.
Yeah.
So I look over and I turn to Rupert and I go, "Hey, I saw one of the. I think it's one of the little guys. I got a little ping on my my god radar. I guess whatever you want to call it."
God radar.
Yeah, I mean,
shit.
you get a couple perks being the chosen one, even though your destiny never showed up, and you had to be a substitute high school gym teacher for
Wow.
of almost 30 years now.
Oh, good lord. Okay, yeah.
There's a guy over there. I can't see him through the trees anymore, but he showed up on my stuff.
All right. I'm gonna go check over there. You you kind of spread out, keep looking. I mean, obviously, Frank here, we got the ping master here.
I only have a couple of those in the tank, so I can't just ping us all day. But I can do. I got one more in the chamber, so to speak.
So when you activate it, how long can you hold it for?
It's 2 turns.
Oh, okay.
It's my current turn until the end of my next turn.
Oh,
yeah,
gotcha. Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I get 12 seconds of detection as I'm walking around.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, Rupert will kind of walk over towards the trees there. What is Cedar doing?
I'm gonna use my nature skills to look for anything out of the normal.
Okay, yeah. You can go ahead and make me a nature check.
All right, I am proficient in nature, so that is gonna be 13 plus 4, 17.
17. All right, yeah. So this large open grass field with like trees lining the sidewalk and all that, it's kind of devoid of nature, but there are a few things that you notice. Predominantly, there are mushrooms kind of growing around the base of one of the trees. And the mushrooms aren't making a full circle. You know, there's a break in the seal. But these are mushrooms that you wouldn't usually see growing in this part of the city or really in the city at all. They're actually like really demanding mushrooms. They need a lot of nutrients from the soil. They require like a very specific kind of light or like a specific amount of light during the day. If they get oversaturated, they tend to die. If they get undersaturated, they tend to die. Like they're just very flimsy in their life. But you know that these particular mushrooms can be kind of distilled in used for certain medicines.
Huh. What are you doing here, little friends? He's kind of gonna get a closer look at them. Pop a squat. And yeah, that's what Cedar's doing. He's looking at mushrooms. What are the rest of you guys up to?
Yeah. So Cedar's investigating a kind of like a small collection of mushrooms that really shouldn't be here. What is Hayden Winters doing?
You said there was like a maintenance area that's kind of run down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a kind of like a modern building that's been built on the park. Obviously, it's got like the bathrooms, but then there is like there's like a city maintenance crew, a kind of like entrance. There's a door that leads into a larger section of the building.
He's gonna go over there and he's gonna smell around for garlic and cinnamon because he feels more confident with smells because of his food studies masters.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a perception check.
That is a 10.
10. So you kind of like you're walking around. You're walking around the maintenance area, and like the bathrooms are just a little bit, you know, they're in the same building, but kind of like a little bit separated. And you're just like, and you just kind of like, you know, you're taking it in, and you kind of like look up, and there's this like 15-year-old kid, and he's just like watching you, and he's like, Are you smelling around the bathrooms?
I dropped my glasses. I'm just looking for him. I have a snuffed up nose.
Oh, okay. And he kind of like, he's like, all right, it's a believable lie, sort of. And he's 15. So he just kind of like, you know, he's walking away, and he kind of stops, and he just like looks at you, and you can tell he's measuring you up. And he goes, yeah, I smelled some cinnamon a little earlier. It was really weird, you know? Just over there. And he kind of like gives you a nod, and he starts to walk away and like kind of like round the corner. Not at a quickened pace. He's doing it like at a casual one.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, yeah, I smell cinnamon over there. That's super weird, right?
Which way did he point?
He kind of gestured his head.
Gesture to.
Yeah, he gestured his head, kind of splitting the difference between Cedar and where Rupert is investigating.
Right. I'll head that way.
Okay. Yeah. And it's really, it's like, you know, it's like a minute of you walking before you start to pick up the scent of like cinnamon, and it just hits you hard in the nose, like someone's taken a clump of cinnamon and has just slapped you with it. And it's not long before the garlic also begins to mix with it, and it's this like unfortunate combination that you're like, oh, and with your food master studies, you're like, oh, this is not okay. This is an abomination to food smells. This is unacceptable. And so you kind of split the difference between the two of them. And the smell kind of culminates and then is gone. And it's almost like kind of like you walked past something.
Can I like walk backwards and get back into
Yeah,
it?
you kind of walk back a little bit, and in the smell is it's pungent. It's right. It's getting into your senses. Your eyes are actually starting to water a bit. You're like, oh, it's really getting up in those sinuses.
If it's like there's like a spot that stops, I'll stop and then I'll start looking for circles.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make me an investigations check, and we will hop back to you for the
14.
result of that. 14? All right. So, Mary, what are you doing in the meantime while everyone's kind of like scattered out, spreading out, doing as much damage as possible?
Yeah, I would assume that Mary would just sort of look around since Rupert specifically said to look for circles. So she's just gonna look for like little circular pieces of dead grass or like leaves that are in a circle or just anything circular. She's just gonna sort of do like a general perception check, and if anything's like piques her interest, she'll go and poke around.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and make me a perception check, and remember the +2 for
Oh
having
yeah.
expanded your perception by getting
Yeah.
glommed by a
Ooh.
a strange creature.
17 plus 6 plus
Ooh, there you
2.
go. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God.
So,
All right, yeah. So everyone
There
just
you
kind of like spreads out and they're investigating their own things. So Frank, Rupert would have brought you with him. I realize I just kind of glazed over you. So Mary, you're like, okay, so circles, and you're walking kind of into this field, and just by the sheer perceptive perceptive nature, blah 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 blah, you realize that there is this massive ring of not only like dried but like genuinely dead grass, that kind of, it's not a perfect circle, it's more like an ovoid, but it extends a large section of Jonathan Rogers Park.
and it's like in the little forest area.
It's actually in the open field section. There's like not a tree or a fern nearby. And you just kind of like, you latch onto it and you realize like you can kind of see, you watch, and you kind of walk around it to kind of like get a nature of it. And it's probably like a good 30 feet long and about like a good like 20 feet wide, really, like at its like widest and longest points.
Whoa. Does it look like that? Like, do I feel like anything's watching me as I'm like standing in the middle of this like weird dead oval grass thing?
Yeah. I mean, you did get a really high perception. So yeah, actually, you kind of, the moment you step over like the threshold, as it were, you get this like sensation that you're not necessarily being watched, but almost like something perceives you, but you can't feel that sensation of being watched. It's more like, you don't know why the idea kind of crosses your mind, but you feel like something's listening to you.
Ooh.
Like someone's listening, kind of like eavesdropping from somewhere else.
If I step out of the circle, does that feeling go away?
It does not. It was not there before, but now that you've stepped in, and even if you kind of like, you backtrack yourself a little bit, you feel this, someone's monitoring you.
Oh, okay. Then at this point, I'll probably just look around and try to see what everybody else is doing before I go get somebody to.
Hey guys, I found a circle of weird mushrooms.
Yeah, I found this circle dead grass.
This breed of mushrooms isn't supposed to be growing in this area of the. I mean, realistically, they shouldn't be surviving here whatsoever, let alone thriving in a perfect circle. So, like.
Mary walks out of the circle and then walks towards where Cedar is and sort of like squats next to him and, looks what he's looking at. And she's just going to really quietly say, do you have this feeling that like something's here?
He kind of looks at the squirrel.
Not that thing, like something else.
Do I have that feeling?
No, Cedar, you do not.
No, not really. Besides the good old buddy here.
It's really uncomfortable.
When did you start feeling this feeling?
Here, come over here. I'll grab Cedar's hand and I'll like help him up and lead him to the circle. And here, step on the circle.
Listen, I've read told a lot of campfire tales, and stepping into mysterious circles has never
pull him
worked
in.
out well.
You're just like, does Cedar try to resist? No, does Cedar just kind of get?
He doesn't expect it, so
okay,
he does not.
Yeah, so you get pulled into the circle, and immediately the sensation comes over you that something is watching you.
Oh well, alrighty then.
Do you feel it?
Yeah, something is definitely watching me.
It's gross, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Does
And
his squirrel look like it's like doing anything weird?
The squirrel is kind of sitting on his shoulders, and the squirrel's like eyes are wide, and it's just scanning the sky and the horizon, and it's taking in information in some way. Like you can see the cogs, the gears turning in its head.
Okay.
Hey, Frank.
Yeah. What's up? What do you need?
We feel weird. Come here.
Circle of grass, and now we feel like someone's watching us.
Did you guys get into the kids' bit again?
It's weird.
No, it's Listen, I never got into that in the first place. Second of all,
could have got some on your hand when Mary grabbed you there.
I've washed my hands since then. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I'll go over and see what they're talking about.
All right. Yeah.
I assume Rupert.
Yeah, you come over. By that point, Cedar's sort of hopping in and out of the circle.
God damn it.
Cedar, you look like a crazy person.
Hey, Cedar, can you roll me a perception check? Or not a perception check, sorry, a percentile?
Sure. 84.
84? Okay, yeah. So you just hopping back and forth, like kind of leapfrogging back and forth between the actual
I don't feel like I'm not being seen, more or less.
Yeah, no, the feeling never goes away. But nothing else really occurs. You just kind of keep fucking leapfrogging back and forth.
He's gonna stop after a little bit of that because nothing's happening.
Hey, what's going on over here? You got some dead grass?
I'll just like motion to the grass. Step within.
Maybe don't.
Do it.
Are you under some kind of witch's curse?
No, if you step inside, it feels like someone's watching you. I think it might be like a vision gateway thingy or something.
You guys see
one of those classic vision gateway thingies.
As Mary just kind of like
I'm new to this whole magic thing. It's one thing.
Can I make an Arcana check?
Absolutely, you can.
It's one thing to have a squirrel giving me the ability to start fires without needing a lighter. It's another thing to.
Frank somehow trained in Arcana.
Oh.
19 plus 1.
He's been preparing to be the chosen one.
So you've got a non-natural 20. So you're kind of looking at it, and you start feeling, like not physically feeling the ground, but you're kind of feeling any energy that's coming off this circle, and you pick up this kind of sensation of being watched, but just for a second. And you kind of you start kind of pulling at the threads of magic a little bit, and it is there is an aura of divination kind of held within the line. And from your best guess, especially with the 20, you would surmise that this is probably a circle of watching, which is something that it's actually pretty common. Not usually like in an open park. That's a bit odd. But it's a circle of watching, and anyone who trespasses upon the circle can be monitored by whoever created it.
All right. Yep. Yeah. You kids are some ancient fey demon is gonna be watching you forever now.
Oh.
Huh.
Well, at least I'm not alone. So
Yeah.
Another
Hey.
all of you three you
No,
two are
I
with me.
didn't step in it.
Huh.
Well, Cedar's with me.
No, it's probably good.
Yeah, you
Anyway,
fucking pulled
hey,
Cedar
Rupert.
in.
Hey, Rupert, though.
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, there's some kind of ancient scrying ring here on the ground there.
Also, does someone want to grab Hayden? He's like over there sniffing some
I
trees. I don't
think
know.
that's probably a good place for Hayden to be right now.
Maybe.
So Rupert was coming over, and he'll come over. He'll be like, okay, so yeah, guys, I just the frickin' starting to get fucking Frank's accent. The finally a picnic tickets. So the little Fey guy over there, he's in the area. There is one in the area. He's kind of he's probably what he's most likely done is he's teleported himself like into the tree and he's like traveled to a different tree. So we're gonna have to deal with that in a moment. But you said there's some kind of like circle of watching.
Yeah, this
And
this big old ring of dead grass here. It's got some of that old looking magics.
Yeah, you got some divination magic. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, so you walked into it. Okay, yeah. So now whoever as I overheard Frank said, whoever made it can watch you. That usually doesn't last longer than like 24 hours. But somebody is able to watch you.
Yeah,
Okay.
so maybe shower with your clothes on there, kiddos.
Good
Yeah.
idea.
And hell, it's not even necessarily watch. Like it can either watch you or it can hear you. I mean, very rarely it can taste you, which is super weird. Sometimes magic isn't laid in properly.
Yeah, that's
Whoever wants to
Not
taste
sure how I
Mary's
feel
hand
about
right
that
now.
one.
Don't worry, it's not like weird. It's just it's
I mean,
okay. It's a little. It's
pretty
weird,
weird.
but it's not. Just
well, I
it's
mean,
fine.
that kind of. I mean, yeah, we're supposed to be like sniffing around for these Fey guys. Is
Hayden's quite literally sniffing around. I mean,
yeah, listen, Hayden's doing his best. He's not got a lot of real world experience. He needs to kind of get out there and he needs to do his thing. But is it possible somebody put one of these down so he could like smell if any Fey crossed it?
I mean, there's a good chance that that this was put in by somebody who was trying to like track down Frey because
Like,
the refuse.
is someone going to be sniffing cedar for the next 24 hours?
I mean, possibly, yeah. I mean,
there's
really only two
a
options.
lot of campfire smoke.
Actually, there's
That's
only
about
really
all
only
I
three
got.
options. This was
The
either
smell.
put down by some refuse Fey, or it was put down by somebody from S.A.S.S, which I can't say that that's likely because I would have heard about it. That because we were looking for the refuse Fey. I knew we were heading in this direction. I did some research. There's nothing really here. So it's most likely that either some refuse Fey put this down, kind of like as an early warning sign, because there are things that prey on them. And then either that or it's a private citizen, somebody who's got some magical talent who wanted to lay this down. I mean, we can figure that out. It'll take a little while, and I need to get some stuff for the van, but we can find out who laid down this spell. But and he kind of like calls over. He's like, "Hey, Hayden, what you got over there?"
Did I find anything from that?
So yeah, you just kind of like in the area, and the smell is really strong, and every once in a while it kind of like shifts, and you're not certain if it's the wind or if whatever you're smelling is kind of moving.
Mm-hmm.
And Rupert kind of calls over again. He's like, hey, Hayden, what you got over there? What's going on?
You said cinnamon and garlic?
Yeah, cinnamon. Do you smell cinnamon and garlic? Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
we gotta watch this
he
circle.
did really come
Here,
for something, eh?
and I'll just like continue to follow it.
We gotta watch a circle. We got visual on one of these little guys. Who found the Watcher Circle? Oh, okay. So Mary, you two was teaming up. Okay, so you both found the Watcher Circle.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's over there.
Okay, Watcher Circle. We got Okay, so basically,
That's the wrong. Okay.
with the active smell, that means they're here, and we saw one. That means that they are here. So our best bet is we're gonna wait till nightfall, and we're gonna do a little ritual. And we're gonna call on one of these guys, and there are rules that they have to abide by, and we're gonna bring one of them to us. Because we could be at this for hours. Like, they can make themselves invisible, they can teleport through trees. They really are like little pesky little bastards. So we're gonna wait till nightfall, and it's a couple of hours. So you guys can either keep looking for stuff, or we can head back to the van. We can relax for a bit, kind of get our bearings, and I can talk you through what we're about to do here.
Why don't we get some like mac and cheese or something?
It's a weird, it's a weird request.
I don't know.
I got a propane stove in the van.
Just feeling a little munchy.
You feeling a little munchy?
Yeah.
Yeah, you feeling a little munchy? All right. Mac and cheese, I get it.
No, not even.
Is Cedar a stoner? No, he's just like prominently exhausted and he's slowly dying. Oh, he's just
he's just like that. He's been like that since he was a kid.
Just never gets more than like 2 hours of sleep. He's just like, today's the day. No,
in the faculty we had, there were a couple rumors going around that his mom was on like mushrooms or something before she had him, because he's not been right his whole.
He's not been right.
I'm hearing you now.
Yeah, I know we're both adults, and I don't have to go in any code of conduct about you guys anymore. You need to like.
Frank can say it how it is.
Maybe, hey Mary, can you get this guy one of your like game fuel guys? Maybe he needs like a pick
sure.
up.
Okay, so Mary's literally at the mention of like fucking G Fuel or some shit. She's gonna sling off her backpack, just yank it open, and you're just gonna see a glorious trove of energy drinks.
Jesus
and she's gonna pick it up and hold it up to Cedar. Take your pick.
Isn't that stuff like dangerous or whatever?
Hey, we're hunting poop fairies in the woods here, bud. So I think you can spare yourself.
Yeah, drink some.
It's dangerous that the man with a golden-eyed squirrel on his shoulder, like.
This has got a health warning on it.
Yeah.
Drink it.
We got healing magic. You're gonna be okay.
All right.
I'll drink one too. Anybody else want one?
No, I'm good. Those things are real bad for you.
Hayden? That was your name, right?
He's like kneeling down, like looking at the ground, trying to like get an estimate for how far this like scent is moving across the area.
Hayden's never really excelled socially.
No.
I've got 74 bachelor's degrees, but I can't tell you how to talk to a human being.
Yeah, it takes him a little bit to get him out of his shell. I mean, at least slightly more than 4 years, because that's how long I taught him physical.
More than 4 years.
And it never happened. It never happened then, but it might maybe 4.5, maybe 5 years.
Sorry.
Quiet time. That's okay.
Can I get an idea of how far this thing is moving?
It's incremental. It's like kind of like foot by foot. And you get the idea that whatever it is, and if this truly is one of the refuse fae, it's doing something that you can't see or perceive, because it's kind of like it's over here, and then it kind of moves a good foot or two, and it's obviously doing something, and it's either can't notice you or perceive you, or it pays you no mind. However, okay, so at this point in time, Rupert's like, okay, I'm gonna get this. We're gonna wait till dark and get this ritual underway, and this is a good time for us to take a break, to use the bathroom, to get some coffee, water, whatever you guys want to do. We're gonna take like a 5-10 minute break, and we will meet back here and we will reconvene for you guys to perform your very first ritual under S.A.S.S. guidance.
Your ritual. I mean, to deal with the devil.
Yeah, you did. This is not good. This is
Listen. The first episode was just us performing a ritual to try and get the stream up. So
It's true. It's very true. Yeah,
Yeah,
and it
it's
was
very true.
somewhat successful.
All right, I will switch us on to
turned out only Alex was on a ley line.
onto art mode, and
Art
we'll see you
mode.
guys back at 6:30.
We'll be right back, guys.
And seen.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. So from what I'm looking at, Discord does do that, and there does not appear to be an option to turn that off. Yeah, I just googled it, and there's a lot of people who are like, "Hey, can we like have a setting that turns off mirror mode?"
Yeah.
And it's like 8 posts on this thing, and Discord is like, "We see no issue with it." And I'm like, "Well, people
Oh my
do."
God.
Fucking...
Damn it.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Technically Heroes. Hello. We're just waiting on Liam, Mr. Cedar Cliffland, to return.
Shame him,
Mr. Baby Yoda.
Shame him in the chat. If you do anything this stream, shame Liam in the chat for being
Shame,
4 minutes late.
Shame.
Shame this fool. Shame. Sorry. What's up? Hello, baby girl. Yeah, coffee. You're perfect and amazing, and I love you.
Oh,
Yeah.
my heart.
All right. Oh, she put hot chocolate in it. Oh my God. Sorry. What's up?
Oh, yeah.
I don't see anyone shaming Liam in the chat.
I am. Oh, I said shame. Okay. Shame, Liam.
No. I mean, like, you guys.
Oh, other people. Yeah.
There's plenty of you.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Nomgod,
How
Necrofire.
Oh, whoops.
Sadbox.
Sad box.
Natris.
Oh,
He had to get some more nut juice.
That's fair. Yeah, that was his 9th nut juice.
Aw, Lol God isn't here. Or Lol Mighty isn't here.
Don't worry, we've got Discord for streamers in the audience.
Yeah. Oh, we got Commander Root. That's awesome.
Commander Root, shame Liam in the chat.
Commander Root is a bot who I guess you can Commander Root. You can actually like look it up. You can use Commander Root to see who's following you, who subscribed, when they like. It gives you like great analytics.
It's not a great bot if it can't shame Liam in the chat.
True.
Shame bot.
Mark,
Let's get a shame bot.
Mark, you're in here, and I should be able to rely on you for this, if anything.
All right. So those of you who are watching tonight,
Another cat.
how you guys doing? Oh,
That's been 2 cats this stream. You have to subscribe.
It's Bootsy.
You missed my dog on break.
Oh my God, we got 11 followers. Fuck yeah. There you go.
We're up to 14, baby.
We're up to 14? Oh, let me just refresh. You are correct. Yeah, look at that.
And we've capped up at 20 viewers so far.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. So
36,
yeah, we're just we're waiting for Liam to come back, and then we'll
There
get
he
back
is.
into it.
Hello.
Ah, there he
Hello.
is.
He's
the man
here.
himself has
You summoned
returned.
me.
Oh, we've been shit talking you for like
Oh no.
only 3 minutes.
Shame.
I went up there, my dad gave me cheese, so I was like, I'm gonna eat that cheese.
Shame, that's
fair.
Shame. All right, so now that everyone is back, so is there anything anybody wants to do during like the wait period? It's like 3 hours before night kind of begins to fall.
No.
No?
In that journal, did it have names of the types of night fae, or not night fae, the
Refuse.
Refuse fae? Night fae.
Yeah.
That's something different. Let's not run into those right now. You guys are too low level. Okay, so refuse fae. There is the so there's the actual like the name, and then there's like the kind of like the layman term, like the kind of like the nickname for each of these creatures. So there's the trash gnome, which is an individual creature that they're responsible for taking care of garbage, kind of like refuse of the inorganic material. And then there is the brownie, and they are also, and the trash gnome, sorry, they deal with garbage and all that, and they're also called trash pickers. There is the brownie, which is kind of in charge of taking care of human refuse, like organic, like waste. They're also called poop fairies. You know,
Very.
fairies. And there's a listing of like several other kind of fae. But they're also those fae, like there's a trash golem. There is the Clawed Dog, and it's like CLOD, Clawed Dog. And there's a listing of all these kind of like different fae, and they are things that the two refuse fae, the trash gnomes and the brownies, can create using kind of objects and items from their environment. There's the Clawed Dog, the Trash Golem, and there is something that's called, and it has very little information about this creature. There's something that's called the Dancing Daisy. And the really only thing that's kind of mentioned about the Dancing Daisies is that they are prone to
violence.
They're prone to living actually in urban areas, kind of like amongst other flora, and they are known to be seen kind of like dancing to music in the area and dabbing. Yes, that's right. Actually, Peter encountered a dancing daisy, or several dancing daisies, outside of that particular restaurant as he was driving towards S.A.S.S headquarters.
And you said Clawed Dog?
Clawed Dog. CLOD dog. Like a clod of dirt.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. And the Trash Golem, the Clawed Dog, and the Dancing Daisies are all created by Refuse Fae. They're not
by Refuse Fae. They're not Refuse Fae.
Gotcha.
Okay. So I am going to need a piece of paper here in a second. All right. So
that's bad.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
I've been reviewing my character sheet, and it turns out I have advantage on any rolls to find and track Fae.
Oh.
That helps so much.
So
that's awesome.
I haven't been looking. Been letting these guys do it, but Frank could just be like, "Yeah, they're over there. Here, I got them. Right here. Here's one."
That's awesome. All right, so anyone else? Is there anything else that anyone wants to do as night falls?
I'm good.
Okay. So yeah, time passes. You guys hang out. You talk. Rupert, he pulls out a propane, like a little propane grill, like a camping grill, and he cooks up some like just like he just places meat on it and just kind of cooks it up like bacon and like Canadian bacon, and
it's ham.
It's ham.
Canadians don't call it Canadian bacon.
I call it Canadian bacon.
That's something you fuckers do.
Yeah, the two Americans here.
Americans.
What can I say?
I'll tell you what. So yeah, he's cut up some meat.
I do declare.
He'll hand out, a couple of pieces. He's got some buns, like, just really simple sandwiches if anyone's hungry. But he actually kind of sequesters some of the raw components of this bacon and ham, kind of to the side.
Gotta make a cop later.
Ew.
And he starts through. Oh, that's not going away anytime soon. And he starts rooting through, like, there's some bags, there's boxes, like, there's a bunch of stuff in this van in the back end of it. And he starts pulling out some things. He pulls out a bag of salt. He pulls aside some of the sequestered meat. He pulls out a little spray can of like it's not spray paint. It's actually the base for miniatures. He's like, and it's like got little rollers. Thank you. Yes, he got some primer. And
it's not in reach.
He pulls out a small kind of like switch knife, a flip knife. And as night falls, people start leaving the area. And really, eventually, it's just you guys kind of like in the park. Tailgating. Sorry, I had a burp coming. And it wouldn't come. It's roughly around like 9 p.m. at this point. And Rupert kind of gathers you all up, interrupts any conversations that are going on. And he goes, okay, so basically, we're gonna do a little ritual. We're gonna force one of these guys out of hiding, and we're gonna get him to come to us. They love salt.
All right.
They love, like that's a really basically we need a little bit of an offering, and most things will always take meat. Meat's always kind of a good way to be able to bring things out. Be it carnivorous creatures, even herbivores. Like those vegetarian creatures will even come from meat. They won't themselves eat it, but they will use it in turn as kind of like a trading. There's a little bit of a barter system in between all the magical creatures. And so he kind of leads you towards the circle of watchers, and just about like 15, 20 feet away, he'll sit down. He's like, okay, everybody kind of, get in a circle, if you can sit cross-legged, great, kneel down, sit, whatever you got to do, get yourselves comfortable. We might be here for a while.
Hey,
And
Mary, how long does this drink thing last? Because I'm still tired. I'm just shaky and sweaty now.
I mean, if it's your first time, maybe a while.
That's not my that's not my the favorite
Just write it out, buddy. It'll be fine. She starts sipping like her second one.
All right, everybody, get over here. Get out crisscross applesauce over here on the floor.
Yeah.
So, Rupert will take the primer. It's like click, 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 click. He'll shake it up, and he'll draw like a little
Polyboard.
Yeah, there you go. And then he'll draw a little. He'll spray a little tiny circle, kind of in between all of you, and it's about like a foot wide, a foot a foot high kind of thing. Like it's a foot in circumference. And then he'll take some of the salt and he'll kind of sprinkle it inside the circle, and he'll take little chunks of the meat and kind of like throw it in, and then he'll pull the knife and he'll prick his finger just a little bit, and it kind of it beads up a little bit of blood. He goes, okay, so basically I'm gonna need everybody's help here. Not everyone needs to prick their finger. We just need a little bit. That's so I'll take the droplet of blood. I'll take the damage. So what I'm gonna need everybody to do is I need you to focus a little bit of your will into the circle. We need to force a little bit of a magic into it, to kind of create the seal, as it were. Like the primer circle, it's just a fucking circle right now. But if we can force enough magic in, and it's not going to be a lot from everybody, we can create a seal, and the blood itself is like kind of like the conduit. Like this is the wiring, but and the blood is kind of like the blood's going to insulate it, as it were, and our magic is going to kind of like create the seal. Much like the dome that surrounds Vancouver, this is going to allow us to attract the creature and kind of not trap them, but it's going to force them from not being able to run away, because we need to question them and find out what's going on.
Is that paint biodegradable?
No, but I can take care of that. That I can wipe that clean. Don't you worry, my friend. I'm not going to
not leave the grass there
and all that. So if everyone just kind of take a breath, everybody kind of try to focus some will into it. If you've never done this before, just kind of focus on the circle and just kind of try to think and believe about putting a little bit of magic in it. And
it's
so
it's like a Tinkerbell. You gotta believe in fairies.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that's actually a really good way of putting it. There you go, Frank. So can I get everybody to roll me so each and every one of you is a caster in some way, right?
Yeah, we all have spells.
Yeah, you all have spells. So I want you to roll me a kind of like a caster level caster check. Just roll me a d20 and add your
spell casting proficiency.
Your casting proficiency, and you get your proficiency modifier to it. Frank. So Cedar, what did you get?
So that's 8.
That's 8. Okay. What did Frank get?
Maybe Okay, so my spellcasting ability modifier is a +3.
So is it 4?
It's a 4.
Oh,
All right. What
It's,
what
it's
did,
on
never
brand.
what did
it's
Hayden
never
get?
good when you start something with okay, so
Okay, so my casting stat is this. What did Hayden get?
11.
11. Okay. And what about Mary?
17.
At least somebody's.
All right.
there we go.
Yeah, so Mary's got this in the bag. You kind of focus in, and you're like, and you will some of your magic into it, like just not even registering on a percentile of your magic, and you kind of like breathe it in to the end of the circle, and the primer starts to kind of like glow just a little bit, and you see like the blood that's on Rupert's finger kind of you see this like very translucent tethering between like the primer circle and the blood. And he's just like, okay, that's good. That's good. And Hayden, you got an 11, was it?
Yep.
Yeah. So you're like, and you will a small amount of your magic into the into the circle. And Cedar, you got an 8?
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay. So you're like, and the squirrel's like pulling on your ear, and it's just like, okay, it's. Can you speak to the squirrel? Like, you guys speak a language, or is it just an empathic link?
Not until
Technically, I don't have the telepathic link until next level, so I
Okay,
have to
so-
cast beast speech to be able to understand the squirrel
Okay.
at this point.
So the squirrel's just like, it's okay, you got this. Do you cast it or?
Yeah, I'll cast it.
Okay, so he's like, you got this. Just breathe, just focus. You know, you just gotta push outwards. You gotta push outwards. I don't know why he sounds like Rupert Flintlock. I'm sorry, I'm stuck on the accent. You just gotta push outwards. Just push a little bit. It's okay. You just gotta
Love
push
it.
it. Push out your will. Push out your will. Push out your will. And with an 8, it's insufficient to like add your magic to the circle. And then we get to Frank, and Frank's just like. And like it's just
Frank's thinking about how like maybe the pirates in Peter Pan, like maybe they weren't the bad. Like he got the Tinkerbell part of it and just like went on a mental tangent.
just completely loses focus and is unable to
Yeah,
put any magic in.
he's thinking like, I wonder if Peter Pan might be the bad guy.
Fun fact: in the original story,
He is
Peter Pan
kidnapping
actually
children,
was the
actually.
fucking bad guy, and he would kill the little boy or the lost boys who got too old because they aged unlike him. Anyway, sorry, I'm just gonna throw that out there. Yeah, right. It's great. I love old fucking stories. So with Cedar and Frank unable to add any magic to the to the circle, you see there's 2 small tethers from the primer to the blood droplet, and the blood droplet gets like lifted, and Rupert starts speaking in what language. So does anyone speak Draconic? I'll just let's just be playing with it. Does anyone speak Draconic? Okay. Oh, okay. So Frank, Mary, and Hayden. He's kind of just recanting a small, what you could imagine to be like a spell, or maybe there's like, words of power to imbue this. And he's just kind of reciting it over and over again. And it's pretty simple. I will my power into this circle to create a magical seal. I will my power into the circle to create a magic seal. Just kind of like very, very simple. But it's cutting out in Draconic, and so it's very guttural. It's very like aggressive sounding. It's like when you tell someone to have a good day in German. It's very
Yeah, Frank's just thinking about a sea lion and a wizard hat now. Just keep that
Yes.
keep that 4 rolling.
Keep that 4 rolling. But with the energy coming from both Hayden and Mary, and it not being a massive circle and not really needing a lot of reinforcement, you hear this like rushing sound, like air rushing towards the circle, and there's this pop, and you can see this slight shimmer, kind of like a dome over top of the primer circle with the little bits of meat and salt inside of it. And Rupert's like, okay, that's good, perfect. Okay, we got a seal. Now, we can do this one of 2 ways. We can wait. And that's just time, right? It could take 10 minutes. It could take fucking 10 hours, right? We need to wait for one of them to come. Now, we're not invisible to them, but the allure is a little bit too much for these refuse fae to refuse. So there is one or more in the area. They will show up. Or we can try calling out to them and kind of adding a little bit of more mumbo jumbo, a little bit more magic to the area. But if we fuck that up, that might scare them off, and that could take even longer. So you guys are the new recruits. I kind of want to get a feel. What do you guys want to do, huh? Do you want to try and force a little bit more magic and speed this up, or do you want to be patient and kind of wait it out? Neither answer, by the way, is wrong.
Except for the one that is.
Is this a test or is this like?
Are we
Absolutely, it's a test.
we getting graded on this one?
I mean, you guys are in a way, but it's more so like it's not passive fail. You know,
I mean,
they're really.
I think the best thing to do would be to just wait, because I mean, why risk having a fail thing when we could just automatically do it? If it takes 45 minutes or whatever, then that's fine.
Okay. What about you, Cedar? What are you feeling?
Nah, Frank's got a point.
Okay, yeah.
As
What
much
about
as
you,
I
Hayden?
want to solve this with magic, that's probably the better call.
I don't know. I'm kind of halfway. If after 2 hours nothing happens, maybe we should try harder.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not a bad idea.
You kind of want to wait for a little bit first. What about you, Mary? What's your opinion on the matter?
I mean, if adding in a little bit more magic would make more come, I don't see any harm in trying it. If we're
Okay.
gonna have to wait anyways,
So
But-
we
you know, I'll just defer to the group.
as well, and that's the thing, right? You got to work together. We got to team up together. So we're gonna wait a little bit. And Hayden threw out a number. 2 hours. After 2 hours, it doesn't work. Maybe we will reconvene on the idea of putting some more magic in, because we can push more magic in and call one out at any given time, right? So let's wait a little bit. Let's kind of relax. Smoke them if you got them, kind of thing. And he
We gotta be thinking about Tinkerbell or whatever the whole time?
No. The magic's been placed in. The lure is set. Now we just gotta kind of relax. He's like, so again, smoke them if you got them. And he's always looking at Cedar. He's always just like, I got you, buddy.
Okay. Hey, Rupert.
Yeah, what's up?
I mean, you keep implying that Cedar's got drugs on him. Are you trying to buy drugs from this kid?
Ooh, the plot thickens.
I'm not trying to buy drugs off of Cedar. Okay, if I
I
wanted to
feel like
buy
I'm
drugs
missing
off of
something here.
bought drugs off of Cedar. Okay, listen, if I'm
Where
way
did
off base,
drugs
I don't
come
mean
from?
to be rude. I'm just trying to let him know. It's not frowned upon in S.A.S. if you take a little bit of the devil's lettuce and add it to your BLT. Okay, just saying.
I don't. That sounds like it. Like
On a sandwich?
that'd be awful.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just like.
nah, man, you guys have way different euphemisms up here in Canada. Okay, so it's fine. I'm off base. I apologize. It's all good. We're good. So let's wait around a little bit. So.
Anyone want some berries?
No.
You're not helping your case, Cedar.
I mean, if you came around me in like the 80s, I could have got you some Coke pretty easy, but.
What?
Oh.
Huh?
Holy shit!
I mean, the 80s.
I feel like I missed something.
No, yeah, I mean, Frank's right.
I'm
though.
just
That's
offering snacks, man.
Sometimes you just like you accidentally stumble into it. So
Oh.
Just all over the sidewalk up here.
Oh.
just bags just everywhere.
No, loose.
Santa was
Just loose.
here.
Yeah.
Loose cocaine across the streets of
Yeah,
Vancouver.
everybody
Well,
thinks it snows
yeah,
a lot
that
up here, but
snow.
it was actually the whole 80s was just a cocaine storm up here.
It was, yeah. No,
Whoa.
Frank is absolutely correct. I mean, I wasn't here at the time, but I got to tell you, in fucking New York, it was the same goddamn way. And let me tell you, the cities couldn't have been cleaner because the refuse flay were cleaning it the wrong way, if you know what I mean. Dragging noses across asphalt.
That's super unhygienic.
That was a loud silence from all of you. I was like, oh, I guess that wasn't funny. Cool. All right. So,
Just a long sip at the end.
I was like, okay, let's pass it.
So what happens?
So funnily enough, Hayden threw out 2 hours. After 2 hours of kind of just relaxing, you started at 9. It's 11 o'clock now. Really the only lights in the area are from a few street lights kind of along the street, but you're a decent ways away. It's really just moonlight at this point. And no one can really see. You guys can't really see beyond like a good 30 feet. It's just, it turns into like a veil of shadow when the scent of cinnamon and garlic begins to fill your senses. And Hayden's like, oh no, not this again. And it's really pungent. It's really hard. And it kind of like it washes over all of you, and your eyes start to water, and you're kind of like, you're reacting harshly. And even Rupert's like, I've been doing this for a long time, and you never get used to it. And then you hear it's like this flat pop, and you see something has pushed its way into the circle, and almost like it's like a glass window, a glass dome has formed over the primer, and inside of it is this like maybe 8 inches tall, it's humanoid looking. It's this kind of like hunched over,
gotcha.
Smurf sized, like kind of gray skinned, almost like a tiny human. It's got like a beard, and the beard's all scraggly. It's got like, it's wearing pauldrons made of what looks like a Coke can, and it's got this like breastplate on that looks to be made of Tupperware, all scratched up and dented, and it's just like, and it just goes into a frenzy and starts grabbing bits of the bacon and like salt, and it's like, and it just goes insane, feasting upon this ham and bacon and salt.
I think it's here.
I was expecting like a regular old fairy guy, and this is like a raccoon.
And Rupert's like, that's not normal. They're not like ravenous like that.
This thing's feral.
Oh.
And he kind of leans in and he goes, hey, buddy, it's okay. You don't have to, we got more bacon. It's okay. And this thing like, looks up at the group of you and kind of like, almost like in sequence, looks at Cedar, looks at Frank, looks at Rupert, looks at Hayden, looks at Mary, and it's kind of like meeting your eyes, and its eyes are this like black. Small bits, like smoke kind of coming off the corners of its eyes.
I think this thing's got rabies or something. See?
Hey, I'm gonna make a nature check for rabies.
I'm gonna make an arcana check for magic rabies.
Yeah, go ahead, make a check.
14, that's an 18 for rabies.
It is not foaming at the mouth. It isn't showing the usual varicose veins that appear in the arms and legs, because it's got flesh showing. And as well, it's eating food. And that's something the creatures who've come, started to succumb to the actual major portions of rabies, they can't do. They can't swallow. Yeah. The throat kind of closes up.
I'm gonna use my divine sense again. Because that's gonna tell me if this thing is still a fae or not.
Ooh. Smart.
Or if it's been overtaken by a demonic entity, or if it's undead, or if it's celestial somehow.
Comes up both as a fae. It's like this weird split in your divine sense. It comes up both as fae, but also demonic.
Hey, Rupert, this thing's a little demon guy.
What?
I
make a check?
I use my god sight. He's got like demons in him.
Oh, that's not good. What were you saying, Hayden? Or sorry, Alex?
You don't say.
You said earlier I read that book and it gave me an advantage for a check made to a certain abilities, capabilities, or motives. Can I do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to discern its mood? Are you trying to discern like what kind of refuse fae it is, or?
I guess like abilities.
Okay, right. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead, make me.
Would it be a D20 plus that 2 that I got from the book? Or
you can either make me a nature or an arcana. Thank you. I couldn't. No. An ananas. Look for pineapples. So you can either look for. You can either use a nature check or an arcana check. Why can't I say that? An arcana check. Jesus Christ.
It's the same for me. So let's see.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess they're all int. Yes.
And I get that plus 2 from the book.
Yeah, right? You roll your d20, add all
27.
The 20. Jesus Christ. Okay. So
you know that this is a trash golem. It's a litter picker. Obviously something's wrong with it because nothing you read in your little journal says anything about them being feral or demon blooded or infested. The black eyes doesn't match. There's a little picture of the little guy, and the guy in the picture, he's kind of wearing the same kind of clothes, but he looks super cheerful, and this one is just way off base. But you know that they clean the streets of Vancouver or any major city that they happen to be in by collecting it using its magic and putting it into kind of like a pocket domain, a pocket dimension that they can then access later, which is how they make their pauldrons, they make their little armor, they make their clothes and all that. They have a treasure trove of it as it were. And with 27, Jesus, that because they are fey and innately magical, they can create trash golems given enough time and resources. And trash golems are kind of like they're not overtly like super dangerous, but if enough of them gang up, they can really become a problem. When a fucking broken open Coke can stabs you with a part of itself, it can become a tetanus problem.
Yeah. I hope all you guys are vaccinated for all your stuff.
So
I'm just gonna try something here.
Hayden also knows that trash golems never travel alone.
This is a trash golem or a trash gnome?
You said that they create trash golems?
They can create trash golems given enough time and resources.
No, what is they? Is it other trash golems?
So this is a trash gnome. I said trash golem. I apologize. That was my mess up. So the creature inside here is a trash gnome, also known as a litter picker, their nickname. And they, given enough time and resources, can create trash golems, which are like constructs made of just garbage and stuff like that. My apologies, guys. I did say trash. I mixed up the two names. I apologize.
So the trash gnomes never travel alone, right?
Wait, what?
Trash gnomes never travel alone.
Gotcha.
This might not be a gnome anymore. This might be like a demon guy now.
You mind if I try something here?
Have at her.
I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion next to it of another trash gnome. Sort of duplicating, basically a duplicate of it next to it.
And so it's a duplicate of this specific trash gnome, right? Like the black eyes, the wisps, and all that. Okay, yeah. So it appears beside it.
Animated, mind you. It is a still image, I believe.
Is it T-posing?
Okay, no. I can make it move. I can make it move.
So it appears. How do you make this illusory trash gnome act?
It's just going to kind of be next to it floating. Cedar's not feeling creative at the moment. He's still got a headache from the energy drink.
Yeah, you create this thing, and the other trash gnome is like, and it stops, and it fucking lunges at the illusion and hits the side of the magical dome and bounces off of it.
Holy shit.
Goes into a frenzy and starts shrieking and howling, and it starts trying to again happen. It's
this
trying
normal?
to kill this illusory one, and Rupert's just like, "Oh, we've got
end the illusion."
And you end the illusion, and it kind of like it starts looking around, and it starts attacking the walls, like the magical dome of the ritual circle. And Rupert's like, "Okay, so we got a problem here. This is not supposed to."
It sure seems like we got some kind of problem here, bud. Because like,
didn't you just say these are supposed to be friendly little buddies?
Yeah, they are. So what we're gonna do is we've gathered some information. This needs to get back to S.A.S.S headquarters real quick. So I'm gonna go make a quick phone call. I'm just gonna be right over there. I'm gonna be a foot away. I need you guys to watch this. If it looks like it's okay, so how magic works is if he start forcing his will on this thing and it's gonna break, it'll start showing cracks and all that. If it starts doing that, let me know, and then we will deal with the situation together. Okay, I gotta go make a phone call. I gotta let S.A.S.S headquarters know because this is highly irregular and is completely dangerous. So he's gonna get up. He's gonna pull out his cell phone. It's a flip phone. It's one of the old black, just the kind of jet black with it flips open. And he walks away and he pulls an antenna up and he puts it to his ear And as he's, you can kind of hear him conversing with someone over the phone, but this little trash gnome is like scratching at the walls, and then it stops, and it starts to like vibrate and shake, and starts to laugh.
Okay. Hey, buddy.
I'm gonna take a damn step back.
Hey, buddy, you have a new floating friend next to you. At least give you a focus. Put a new illusion of another note of himself next to him.
Let's maybe not piss it off any more than we did.
So Frank takes a sidestep. Yep.
I'm stepping in front of Mary.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Mary takes a step back, and you're like, okay. Cedar, when you create a duplicate in there, all the food and salt has kind of been vacuumed up by this one, and it's laughing maniacally, and it turns and starts talking to the illusion, and he starts doing like weird hand gestures. Like it almost appears like it's some kind of sign language.
This is bad.
Okay, it's attempting to communicate. Hayden, can you do like do you have like a weird translating thingy?
Not anything quick.
Okay, I figured with your weird book stuff, you'd have.
I would like to take an action to formulate a plan as a smart hero about everything I learned about the trash gnome. So I'll pick all of us to get this. It's up to 6. So each one of you for the next minute can add a +4 to an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check.
Dang.
Oh, that's neat.
Holy shit!
Just one each, right?
What's that?
One each?
Yeah, you get it once in the whole minute.
Okay.
That's just sort of step back.
So
they
that's
don't travel alone.
Because Hayden, as you're like, okay, you give this great, like complex, but like easy to like follow plan. And you kind of, you utilize that big old brain of yours. And as you're finishing the plan, the trash gnome inside the dome stops laughing, stops being all ferocious, and looks towards Mary. So kind of like looks towards Frank and goes, "Oh, you're in danger." And he gestures to the left, and you can see these little puffs of smoke and 3 more of these trash gnomes kind of apparate into existence. They've got the black eyes, the wisps. They're kind of feral looking.
Hey, Rupert.
And I'm going to need initiative from everyone.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
Hayden, you said that could be added to an ability check?
Ability check, saving throw, attack rolls.
All right, I'm going to use it immediately.
In the whole minute.
For
my dexterity ability check, which is initiative.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, by the way, just so everyone knows, that's how, so when you roll like an investigation, that's an ability check that just uses proficiency in investigation. Yep. So you can, yeah.
I got a 24.
Nice.
Y'all should have known better.
His +4.
Oh, MJO, how dare you? Y'all should have known better.
How you come into my house and tell me how to gnome?
Tell him how you should have known.
Okay, so Frank got a 24.
Yeah.
20.
10.
I got a 12.
Sorry, I should have had this particular. I'm just writing down a list of numbers, and I'm going to write names next to.
Listen, you funny man. I didn't bring a Nerf. It's Nerf or nothing.
Locked and loaded.
Okay.
I don't even have Nerf darts near me, so I can't even like make the joke of shooting it.
Frank, 20 is. What did Cedar get? Sorry.
10.
10. Okay, and Cedar got 10. And what did Mary get?
12.
12. Nice. Right, nice and split up, guys. That's awesome. Okay, so and Rupert.
That's a low number.
Come on, buddy. I believed in you.
He's on the phone. He's busy.
It's true. It's true. It's true. In fact, he is going to be. He's not actually going to get a turn in the first combat because he is caught surprised.
Mm.
I wasn't expecting a bunch of these guys to like just apparate. No one expects the Gnome Inquisition. All right, so I got to roll for the trash gnomes.
Don't worry, guys. I've got bear spray.
I'm just gonna kick these guys into the stratosphere.
I'm just gonna coward. Oh no.
Okay, cool. All right, so top of the round goes to Frank. So about 10 feet away, kind of, we'll consider them in the same 5-foot square, are these 3 additional trash gnomes that have just like, kind of apparated into existence.
Are they like is it a swarm or is it?
No.
Individual?
They're
Okay.
just they're just so small that they
Okay.
they can fit.
As a bonus
Do they
action,
have the whole feral thing going on?
I'm gonna cast a spell.
Oh yes.
I'm gonna Hunter's Mark a gnome.
Oh no.
No, that's gnome to you.
Frank isn't somebody who would resort to violence first very often, but he knows these things are demonic, which means he is gonna just kind of he goes back to his training on the field. He lines it up like the kicker, and I'm gonna punt a gnome into the stratosphere.
When in doubt, punt a gnome.
It is gonna be a lot of dice.
Did you crit?
I did crit.
Welcome to Technically Heroes episode 2, gnome punting.
Okay.
Yes.
They are my favorite enemy, so I add a D4 to damage.
And it's Hunter Mark.
Hunter's Mark, so I add a D6, and my natural weapon.
Jesus Christ.
My natural weapon unarmed strike is a D10. So I'm
What?
2D10 plus 2D6 plus 2D4 here.
What the hell is Frank?
It's just gonna be like
I'm
a piece of popcorn that's
chosen
like
one. 15 on the D10, 12 on the 2D6, so 27.
Oh man.
And then 7 more on the D4s, so 34 plus 6, 40 damage.
Oh.
What?
So Frank, you see Frank, he's like, and he like zones in, and he just like runs the 10 feet and just punts this fucking gnome, and you just hear this like, as like every bone in this gnome's body just turns to dust, and you see it just go, and it's gone. Like it goes to 30 feet with so much fucking ease, it disappears into the veil of shadows that is the fucking your vision zone.
We talking like Skyrim giants?
Yes, yeah. Skyrim giant he's so light.
God.
Right? Frank knows what he's doing, and he's just that's it, just gone.
He's just gone.
This gnome is immediately removed from combat.
Oh my god.
Okay, so
Now
Note to self.
Now you see why I can't play dodgeball with the kids.
Don't fuck with Frank.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay, so yes. So that's where Bricker learned it from. Okay, cool. So, oh, that's terrible. So,
That's the most damage I've ever done on a 2nd level character.
it was a lot of damage, man.
I don't get Paladin Smite till level 6. Else it would have been another 48.
Oh, fuck. God damn. Okay, so one of the gnomes at your feet who just watched one of his brethren get turned to fucking space debris. He kind of like claps his hands and like points up at you, and he kind of like does like a Kamehameha kind of point and garbage starts spraying out in a 15-foot cone. Bits of like broken glass and like
Jesus.
peels and yeah, and it's not like the pieces are the same size as the opening of his hand. It's like a full potato peel, like a broken light bulb.
Yeah.
There's pieces of like Coke cans. You're like, oh, for Jesus! So I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
13 plus 2, 15.
All right, so
The chat has decided that Bricker is just a child version of Frank. He'll one day become the new chosen one.
so you're gonna take 3 points of damage.
Okay.
As you do a pretty good job of like, you pull your arms up and you block your center mass and your face and all that. And it's just pieces, like you get little nicks here and nicks there. And it's like, yeah. And when the stream is done, you're just kind of like, you're not like clean anymore. And I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 15 plus 6.
Oh yeah, you feel fine. It's just you're like, oh, that was unsettling.
Oh, boy.
Next up is Hayden at initiative 20.
So where he just kicked one of them into the stratosphere.
Oh yeah, it's gone.
And
It's space debris.
Was that the original one that we found?
No, that was one of the 3 that came in. Yeah, so there's 2 more, kind of like they're 10 feet away, kind of from like the rest of you guys. In fact, what we're gonna do for combat, because we're using theater of the mind, we're gonna go with, I'm gonna describe things as short, medium, or long distance. Short is you can make it there in 1 move. You can do all your stuff. Medium is you'll have to use 2 moves, and long is 3 or more moves. And just that kind of thing.
Sounds good.
So yeah, he sent one into the stratosphere. It waved at the ISS as it passed by and flew to the sun. And it is your turn, Mr. Hayden Winters. So yeah, there's 2 gnomes.
So how many
one is
are like
on my head.
next to each other?
There's
Are
2
they
that you
next
can
to each
see.
other?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. They're in like the same 5-foot square.
Is Frank right there too?
He's in the adjacent.
Yeah,
square.
I had to melee them, so like.
Okay, because I'm gonna send sleep in that area, and it's a 20-foot circle.
You can kind of like gauge the 20 feet.
I
You're a
got
wizard.
a lot of hit points. I think I'll be okay.
Also,
Okay,
that's
then-
also true. Yeah.
And it's a real Hayden move to just fucking.
Just
Oh,
hit
my
him
lights
too.
up. Also,
It really is a hate move.
Yeah. So I'm gonna send sleep right there, and it's gonna start
Can
with
you
the
guys
creature with the
hear-
lowest hit points.
Sorry, can you guys hear my AC?
Mm-mm.
No.
Okay, cool. Okay, sorry. So you're gonna cast sleep. Did you roll the hit points already?
That's 5d8
Oh, right. It's
for a
5d8.
total
Jesus.
for a total of 30. So it starts with the creature with the lowest hit points, and then all of them, and then it moves on to the next one. So I don't know if it gets 1 or 2.
Hey, does Frank have less than 30 hit points?
Total, yeah.
I believe it's remaining, isn't it? That sleep is based on?
Yeah, but like if these guys have more hit points than me, then I'll go down first.
You start with the creature with the lowest hit points, and
then work your way
subtract that from that,
Okay.
and then move on to the next.
That's a
Unless they
horrifying
have
theory.
more hit points than.
Okay, so they
Just knock
don't.
out Frank.
So it's 30.
It's 30.
Yeah, Frank has 23 hit points left.
You
if
put
they
to
have-
sleep both the trash gnomes.
Oh,
Perfect.
Like you're like you usher out your power, and it's just kind of like this little bead of magic that kind of expands and spreads over them, and both the gnomes are like, yeah, and they just fall asleep standing up. Their feet are kind of like rooted to the ground.
After doing that, I just look for Rupert.
Yeah, Rupert's kind of like he's like, hold on, yeah, 1 second, hey guys, and he's like, and so like he's surprised this round.
Yeah.
It takes him a second. He's not gonna get a turn. He also rolled a 5 like in total. So good job, Rupert. Kind of like fits the narrative. Is there anything else that Hayden does?
Backs up a little bit.
Okay. Yep. You just like you give yourself some space and all that. Yeah.
Welcome back to Liam's theater.
Next up is the gnome that's inside of the thing, and you can see he's just like and just starts shooting this garbage up against the thing, which then just starts bouncing around like ricocheting bullets, and it starts to fill with garbage until you can no longer see the gnome. He's like, and now the dome is just completely filled with garbage. Next up is this creature. The ground beside actually, you know what? I need to roll to see who they attack. Okay, the ground beside Mary erupts, and this kind of canine-looking creature erupts from the ground and kind of shakes itself off. And it's got like plant roots running through it, and it looks like a dog made entirely of like tightly knit clods of dirt. And this dog, after erupting, is going to try and bite you. And in its mouth, instead of like bones and teeth, it's got like, you know, gnarly roots from like trees, and they're hard. That is a 13 to hit.
That doesn't hit.
That doesn't hit. Okay, so it erupts out of the ground, and Mary's like, oh! And like, just because it scares you, you pull your leg away, and it like snaps down next to your leg. That's fucking funny. Yeah, it snaps down next to your leg, and it just starts like growling. But nice Shibu. But it doesn't growl like a dog. It sounds like dirt being churned by an auger. It's like shoveling dirt. And then next up are the two gnomes. Next up is the other of the two gnomes who's asleep. So cool. Next up is Cedar. He's just like.
Cedar's very confused. This has all happened incredibly fast.
Yeah,
Cedar just kind of looks at. So it's just the one in the dome now, right?
So there's two that are asleep. There's the one in the dome who went to Kamehameha, filled himself with fucking garbage, and you can't see him.
Dog.
You gonna go for the dog?
Spray. No. Bonus action. Hex.
Bonus action hex. Okay. What does
I am
hex
casting. You hear him mutter his breath, and his eyes glow gold for half a second. And the dog is hexed. It's basically just different hunter's mark. And then I'm going to hit him with the bear spray. I make an attack roll, and then how does bear spray work exactly? Pepper spray. As an action, you can spray the contents of this vial into a creature within 10 feet of you. So he's going to move up. Make a ranged attack against the creature or object, treating the pepper spray as an improvised weapon. Okay, so I'm not proficient.
You have that +4 if you need it.
I was going to say, I'm going to choose to add that +4 here.
It's just dirt, though. You're just pepper spraying dirt.
This is true. Actually, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Constructs are immune to this.
Yeah, I think you probably have the wherewithal to not pepper spray dirt.
Yeah, it's not pepper spray dirt.
Does it say specifically that constructs are immune to the?
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. So you're like
constructs are immune to the blindness caused by pepper spray.
What am I gonna do?
So instead, he's going to punch the dog.
He's gonna punch the dog. Oh. I mean, I've punched dirt before. I get it.
It's not that bad.
All right, let's punch this dirt dog.
Oh yeah.
So adding the +4, that is going to be 15 versus AC.
Not bad.
That'll hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I just realized that
1 plus my strength modifier damage because I'm untrained in unarmed attacks. So that's 3 damage.
Add your d6.
I get to add a d6? Oh yeah, hex. That's the whole reason I hexed him was 5 more and 5 necrotic damage.
8 damage is pretty respectable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
given I am completely untrained in the attack. My chair is caught on my mat. But yeah, he'll deal 8 damage, and then that'll be his turn as he runs up and just socks this dog off of Mary.
Yeah, like of claw, like dirt, just like breaks off and it when it breaks off, it turns into loose soil and just spreads across the grass.
Cool.
Okay, next up is da-da-da-da.
Did not expect you to have rocks in you. Ugh.
1 to 2 is Cedar, 3 to 4 is Hayden, 5 to 6 is Mary. Sweet. So the ground erupts a second time near Mary, and a second
no.
animal is this like creature made out of dirt. And this one doesn't really look like a dog. It looks like more like a cat. And it slices at you with like these clawed dirt hands, but there's like bits of fruit and like rock and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's crit.
Oh,
You're gonna take 5 points of slashing damage as this thing cuts into your leg.
okay. We're fine.
And I need you to make me a strength saving throw.
We're
You
not
have that
fine.
+4 if you need it.
Okay.
Remember, you have that +4, yeah. As
Okay. I rolled a 15 minus 1 is 14.
I think that
I'm gonna add a D4.
It's
Ooh,
just flat,
+3.
It's
Oh,
4
no,
it's
flat.
just a flat 4.
Oh,
It's my
okay.
intelligence modifier.
So 14. So 18.
Not bad.
18. Nice. Okay, yeah. So you can tell the animal like it tries to trip you up, and it catches your leg, but you manage to like kind of stand on one foot for a second, and then plant your second foot, kind of regaining your foothold. Next up is Rupert, who's like, oh, right, and he like he draws his
Should
pistol.
it be Mary?
Did Mary go? I think she got a 12.
I skipped over Mary. I'm very sorry, Mary.
It's
You can
okay.
go now, and then we will place you at the regular 12. I apologize. Your name is, I didn't write it very dark. There we
No
go.
worries. I was so invested that I didn't notice.
Oh, I gotta add a second dog.
Okay, so this like
It's a catch.
cat thing just popped out and like scratched my leg. I'm just gonna and like touch it and inflict wounds.
God,
Oh.
Jesus. Yeah, I have mostly healing magic. I'm chill. Die.
Okay.
Death. Okay, so yeah.
What do I add to that?
It's your wisdom modifier plus your proficiency bonus.
Oh, it's probably not gonna hit. Okay, so I rolled a 4
Mm.
plus 4.
Plus the 4.
So 8 plus 2, 10.
James's camera
Oh.
is frozen.
What happened? Hello?
Hello.
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 He's been frozen.
You scared him off.
Yeah. Let's see. That
Here,
was
let
a
me
10,
add a
right?
cat to the image. There's a decent quality cat art I found online that's royalty free.
Wait.
These are just the high quality images you can find here on.
Do you add the 4 if you've already used it, or is it like a one-time done?
You can only use it
You only
once.
get that once.
Gotcha.
But how are you getting +2 only on your?
Proficiency and
Proficiency
she got
bonus.
4 from her stat and 2 from proficiency.
Okay, and then
I rolled a 4. I have a +4 wisdom bonus, so 8 plus 2 from proficiency, so 10.
oh yeah, have you already used up the +4 from
Yeah,
Hayden?
She used it on the
Yeah.
save.
Okay. That's where I was confused.
Yeah, I have a negative modifier on strength, so
Adjust my chair. My leg is sweaty. Ew.
I know. I'm like all sweaty because I'm nervous about combat.
Well, I mean, you may have
Listen,
killed
man.
James.
When in doubt, have the
Jesus Christ, what was that?
What happened?
that was my cauldron falling over.
Is it okay?
It's good,
Okay,
but there's
I'm
bugs
back.
everywhere.
Okay,
Hello,
James.
hello.
is
Okay, I'm back.
Finally.
My internet just went. So that was fun.
Hey,
Sorry about that, everybody.
Maybe mute your mic if you're fucking with like the loudest things that ever were.
I mean, it's empty now.
Okay, so does
Okay.
a 10 hit the Clawed Dog?
Yes.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
Mhm.
oh,
It's
Okay.
just dirt.
oh,
fair.
okay.
There's no. It's not like hide or natural. You just like lean out and touch the cloud of dirt made into a form of a cat. And yeah, go ahead and-
5, 6 plus 6 is 12 points of
12.
necrotic damage. Yeah.
So you just like kind of place your hand on this dog, and it's just you unleash this necrotic energy, and you just watch the soil turn fetid and just turn into loose soil. And there's just bits of rock in it. There's like loose roots. So we're gonna fucking take that second clawed dog out because it's dead. Or clawed, well, yeah. And then Rupert's like, oh my god. And we're gonna go to the top of the round again, which is Frank.
Okay.
There
well,
are two sleeping gnomes in front of you.
That's fine. They're not a threat anymore. I'm not too worried about them. I'm gonna run back and hit this dog because it's again, Frank, not a violent person, but these are demons and dirt. Not a lot of moral.
Yeah. Your constructs, you don't count.
What is it? I can't see it.
It's another fucking 20.
Oh, Pog.
Oh, I saw your foot. I'm like, why are you showing us your inner thigh?
That's right. So
There you go.
Damn.
Like, fuck. Jesus Christ, Frank.
Only feet.
Yeah. I mean, I'll bonus. It won't matter. Bonus action. Move the hunter's mark.
So you feel the hunter's mark come from outer space and then latch onto this dog.
So that's 6,
The chosen one, yeah.
12.
Oh no.
19, 21, 25, 31.
I shouldn't be surprised, but I somehow
just,
am.
like, again,
Fucking fucking Frank.
You lean into those
You're
instincts and
supposed
you're like,
to be pathetic.
and you, and you kick this dog in the torso and it just explodes into loose soil that goes up into the air and kind of comes down, but you get a bunch of it in your shoe and you're like, oh damn it, come on.
Gosh dang it. These are new Crocs.
I forgot about that. Oh, that's unacceptable. Yeah, so you just get a bunch of dirt in your fucking Crocs, but this dog just goes and just turns into like confetti. Dirty confetti. Okay, so back to the gnomes. How long does that does sleep last?
A minute.
1 minute.
Forever.
10 rounds, I guess.
Yeah, it's 10 rounds, man. That's a long fucking time. Like I barely know boss fights that have sometimes lasted 10 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this one's sure not gonna.
Okay, yeah. So Hayden, it is Hayden Winter's turn.
I'm going to look for Rupert and see what he's doing, and I am going to hold my action for Mind Sliver on the gnomes if they decide to get up.
Is in the process of he's like pulled his gun out and he's obviously doing something to it, and this is just to pantomime the fact that he was so caught off guard, that he was so unprepared.
Liam, you can race that dog.
Is sleep concentration?
Oh, yeah.
It is not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just
That's OP.
I believe they can be woken up by somebody else.
Yeah, but both
An
of
action
them
to
are
shake
asleep.
them.
both of them. It's like
Or if they take damage. But
More likely by a gunshot going off next to them.
human flesh. Anyways, Frank. Okay, so yeah, it goes to. Oh, okay. So yeah. All right. Yeah, no, never mind. Okay. So yeah, you see like the garbage inside the ritual circle like shifting as if something's moving inside, but nothing comes of it. Next up is the other gnome who is also asleep, and then it's Mary's turn.
Oh, again?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything's either dead or asleep or trapped in a trapped in a
turns
thin
move
cage of
pretty
garbage.
quick when your wizard puts half the encounter to sleep and your paladin cricks the other half.
I guess.
Pigs move fast when you have the chosen one.
It's unfair. I want him to fail so bad that the narrative is like betraying him.
So
Everything outside of fighting these demon things is like just utter shit. But the moment that comes up, you're like, I got this.
So how many of like the little gnomes that are outside of the circle are left? Two?
And they're
Okay.
both
Two are
asleep, snoring.
unconscious.
I think that I'm going to just scoot back some more and point at one of them and cast Toll the Dead as a cantrip. I guess I'll pick whichever one looks like it's already been hit or damaged. If there's not, then it's
neither one
okay.
has been hurt.
Yeah, neither
Okay,
one's been
that's
hurt.
fine. So it must make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, they're awesome at these.
And it's a 14 that it has to meet.
It rolls a 15, so it gets a 13.
Oh. That was a roller coaster.
Mhm.
So
it
it's
fails.
a 1d8.
1d8.
Get him
A
up.
3.
It's half
Ah,
awake.
nice.
So he's up now. He's awake.
Yes, he's like.
As soon as I see him awake, I'll do Mind Sliver on him.
Because you held your action, right?
Oh, shit.
I'd like to hold my action to murder one of these bastards when they wake up. Nah. So yeah, go ahead and cast your Mind Sliver.
It's 1d6. I got 5.
I feel kind of bad for these things.
So they're
And
gonna save.
He takes
against
5 psychic
Wait, we're waking them
damage.
up? Okay. Oh,
And-
okay.
I subtract 1d4 from his next saving throw. So I'll roll that. So
he's gonna make an intelligence saving
2.
throw. What is the DC?
14.
Oh, he fails. No. So yeah, he fails. He takes what was it? It was 5 damage.
5 damage, and he has a -2 to his next saving throw.
Ooh, very cool. So yeah, you throw out this Mind Sliver and it hits him. He's like, and love these sound effects. Yeah. So now it's just woken up. So yeah, okay. So he's gonna take his turn, which means his initiative.
If his turn's passed, then he
Is that the official? Okay, then yeah, then he's lost his turn. Next up is Cedar. Cedar, it's your turn.
This thing's woken up, right? Yeah.
Yes, one of them is
Peter,
awake.
now actually able to use now that there's something to actually use the bear spray on.
This poor gnome. He wakes up having the
Oh,
the
no.
bell of the Grim Reaper tolling in his ear. His brain gets spiked, and then somebody's just in front of him, bear spraying him with a saving throw penalty already.
With the,
Hey, buddy,
with
buddy,
the can that's the
you wanna back
size
down?
of him. Huh?
Buddy, you wanna just stop?
He's just going crazy. He is either demented, feral, or something.
Oh, also sorry. Bonus action. All right, transfer hex to him. As the last target is across the field.
Deceased. Yeah, it's in hundreds of billions of pieces, hundreds of tiny pieces.
I'm gonna make an attack roll without proficiency. So that's 16 versus AC.
It's pretty good.
They're put to sleep, rudely awoken, assaulted in the mind, and then immediately bear sprayed. Like the can's bigger than him, so it's just like it doesn't just hit him in the eyes; it hits his entire
Whole body.
Just like a tidal wave.
All of the orifices.
It's like a kid being hit full force with a fucking fire hose.
Oh my god! So that's a hit. Roll your
Okay,
damage.
so you're gonna take one acid damage,
one acid damage,
and he needs to make me. Sorry, he's also going to take 4 necrotic damage from the hex, and he needs to make me a Constitution saving throw.
I think he's
-2.
dead, dude. We know 30 hit points put 2 of them asleep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the acid damage and the necrotic damage just put him out of condition. You're like, and it hits him in the body. And he's like, and he's so small and just so hard, so damaged. You watch him slowly like start to melt away just by the sheer corrosiveness and like the necrotic energies of the hex. And he's
no.
And then what's left is this horrifically disfigured, like 6-inch tall creature covered in Tupperware armor and Coca-Cola baldrins.
I think you got him, champ.
Monsters here, people. Who are the real monsters? You sent him to space and you just melted another.
It's not our fault. They're demons.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was real good.
What are they made of?
Rupert's turn. He cocks back the hammer of his revolver and just fucking shoots the other one.
The one that's still unconscious?
Put him out of his misery.
So he's gonna get advantage.
That's a stone cold execution there, Rupert.
You know what? It's already gone this direction. No, I'm caught up in the moment because it was funny. Rupert does not shoot it. What Rupert's gonna do is he's gonna charge the little bastard, and he's gonna like just get a good hold of him, like he's holding a fucking one of those old tall GI Joes, and he's just gonna try and like squeeze him, not to hurt him, but he's just like trying to hold on to him,
restraining him.
You guys are fucking monsters. He's gonna have advantage because he's literally like 100 times this thing's size,
and the thing's just fucking asleep.
The thing's asleep.
The bottle says.
Okay, yeah. So he hasn't shaken it. Okay, yeah. So it's still asleep. He's just like, you know. All right. Yeah, the one inside the dome can't get out. He's got this one restrained. Yeah, that is the end of combat.
Sorry, I just see like priming a Warhammer mini.
Get full coverage.
Yeah, if you're priming him in like paint thinner, yeah.
Halfway through, Cedar kicks him over with his foot to get the other side.
Oh god.
Cedar's just like glaring at the back of the can, which says "humane."
Yeah, and also in little words, now that you can see into the magic, it says, "Warning: not compatible with witches' curses. Use at own caution."
May cause severe reactions in trash gnomes.
Do not mix with necrotic energies.
My headphones Jesus Christ!
All right, Rupert. I guess mission accomplished there, Buckaroo. We kicked the crap out of.
It is still the one rapidly spraying out more trash within that dome.
He's just gonna suffocate himself in there. I think he's gonna cut himself all up on all that broken glass he's throwing out there. I don't think it's gonna be a great time for that guy in that little circle.
We broke him.
We did it, team.
High five.
I'm just gonna dust myself off. Walk to Rupert.
I expected this to go.
How did you expect
Combat is combat, sure, but like just sent one to space, melted, just bear spray.
Yeah, they got.
I'd forgotten you'd had that, and I was like, oh no.
They had a bad day.
Holy shit! All right, so that's fucking.
I mean, we're brushing over the fact that Mary used the killing hands of death itself to kill a dog.
Yeah, but that's like it's not
out of nowhere.
But it's not like a living creature. Like that's still pretty bad, but it's not a living creature. You just like
it's a demon.
You waterboarded a trash gnome with pepper spray.
It came up to hurt me. Don't judge me.
Yeah, before you judge us, just remember these gnomes were kind of mean.
Oh my god, I laughed so hard I fucking like tore open the
Your dental stitches.
Yeah, well, there's no dental stitches, but like it had healed over, and I just fucking.
Ow.
That's all good. Oh my fucking god! Oh, I'm a huge fan of this show. This is gonna be fun. All right, so now that combat is over, everything's kind of calmed down.
God, we fucking...
You see crossing the moon on the horizon the body of a trash gnome that makes its way back down to Earth.
You see flame. Mommy, look, a shooting star.
A shooting star. Make a wish.
God.
Yes. Okay. So Rupert's got a hold of this one, and Rupert himself, he looks composed, but he also looks quite worried.
I'm gonna go and get the thing from Rupert because I feel like I'm probably stronger than Rupert.
Well, for sure, yeah. Yeah. So he passes it to you, and it's like, and you just you get a good grip on it, and no need to roll or anything. This thing cannot break your grip. There's not a fucking chance.
Yeah, I mean, I got an athletics +7 over here. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Can I go over and ritually cast Identify on the creature? If I touch a creature through the casting, I learn what spells are currently affecting it.
Good call.
Wow. Okay, yeah. That's perfect. Let me just check my notes here, because there is a spell currently running rampant through these poor little trash gnomes. Okay, so yeah, you kind of place a finger on this little sleeping trash gnome, and your magic flows through it. And you see these tethers kind of reaching off into the void, and they kind of dissipate or turn invisible, not perceivable by you. And there are several threads, and as a smart hero, as the equivalent of a wizard, you're kind of you start kind of identifying certain threads of the weave of magic that is around you. And there are two specific threads that are they're constructed, which means that they are spells affecting this little guy. One of which is Imbue Ferality,
so basically
which is a homebrew spell.
Yeah.
And then the secondary,
it's like the reverse of Awaken, right? Just fucking turn this thing into a raccoon.
Essentially, yes. It is kind of the reverse of an awakening spell. It shuts down all higher functions and all that. And the second spell is Imbue Demonosis.
Gotcha.
Now, you're able to identify the name in a sense, things come to you, because obviously when you cast a spell, there is, you're inlaying a name to it. But you'd need to do a little bit more time kind of researching, kind of thinking on it and doing your own research to really nail down the specifics of these spells. But you do know that it is being... What is that?
That's Rupert.
It's a stand-in for Rupert.
Okay, sorry. I was like, is that supposed to be a leprechaun? Imbue Ferality and Imbue Demonosis.
Gotcha.
So somebody made these guys into little demon raccoons. I think I saw a movie about that once. Yeah, why?
Cedar is over by the one he hit with the pepper spray, desperately trying and failing to stabilize it.
Yeah,
no, there's... You go to do you got your two fingers. You're and his chest just crushes.
Just trying to wipe off the pepper spray and realizing there's
you're just wiping away layers of his flesh. You're
ooh,
stuck to your hand like melted cheese.
I'm gonna try something.
Yep.
I am going to cast a spell on this guy.
the melty one?
It's still
no, the sleepy one.
Oh.
I'm gonna try because I got one whole spell slot left. I am going to cast. This only works on willing creatures.
We can make it.
I'm
Be
gonna
willing.
cast it anyway on the assumption that like the creature might be willing to receive the effect. It's just been possessed by another entity. I might still fail, but I cast protection from evil
Ooh.
on the pixie.
Only for medical professionals.
Yeah. Which one of the especially things is protected from certain types of creatures. In this case, fiends. The protection grants several benefits. Disadvantage on attack rolls against the target. The target can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by fiends.
Oh, and if it is, it gets to make a new saving throw. Has advantage on any new saving throw against the relevant effect. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna say that the spell does in fact make its way into the trash gnome, because it itself would be willing. There is just other things at play like spells, so it's gonna make
because ending a possession is something that the spell is capable of.
yeah. So yeah.
It's advantage, right?
He rolled a 1, then a 17.
17's pretty good.
Yeah. So yeah, you cast this spell into it. And something interesting happens. It wakes up for one, because the time that hands have been passed, it's now awake, and it starts to like it's feral, and you can see its eyes are black, and then you cast the spell into it, and the eyes kind of like it starts to kind of convulse, and it opens its mouth, and it vomits not liquid but this like kind of grayish black smoke. And it kind of like, and as this grayish black smoke kind of like raises up into the sky, it starts to ignite, not in flames, but kind of like in electrical pulses, like, and it like dissipates kind of into the air, the parts per million becoming so entwined with the surroundings, and it stops convulsing, and it's kind of rolling its head around, and it's kind of still fighting you, but its eyes are no longer black. The wisps are gone, and it's not like gnashing and growling. It appears to still be under the influence of whatever imbue ferality does to it, but it's no longer
demon-ish.
It's no. You have experience with demons and like have a knowledge on them being like the chosen one, and you can tell like that part of it is no longer in play, but it is still quite feral, and now it just looks terrified that somebody 10 times its size like holding it like a fucking hot dog.
Hayden identified the spell earlier.
Yes.
Hayden, do you know if this virality thing, this like Mortal Kombat rage juice or whatever, how long does it last?
Can I get that kind of information from Identify?
Maybe a check.
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check. You'd have to spend a little bit of time kind of like mulling over, because now that you've identified the particular, strands attached to the weave, you can kind of start pulling information out of it.
I'm going to use the help action.
Want to use a help action? Sure thing.
I still have that +4, but it's probably past that minute, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
the sleep
you said
wore
you're going to
off.
help me?
Yeah, I'm giving you help because
That's an
Frank
11 and a natural 1.
11's pretty. You got a pretty big bonus to Arcana, because you also still have that +2 on checks against these things, right?
That's right.
Ooh.
So that would be a 19.
A 19. Okay.
Wow.
So Rupert calls in, and you can see he's having a conversation. He's like, I'm letting them know we're gonna bring this little guy in. They're gonna send somebody to us. We're not gonna go anywhere, because in case he gets loose in the fucking van while we're driving. So it's gonna be about 20-25 minutes. And so in that time, Hayden, you're kind of able to like, you start pulling at the strings, you're identifying, like kind of explaining them out, and really starting to pick apart the particulars of the spell. And you're doing kind of a quick job, because you really want to like just kind of identify like a time frame, and you can't identify one. Like, whereas most spells within the realm, it's some things are instantaneous, like a flash of fire. Some things last, 10 minutes. and that kind of thing. Some things have concentration. This appears to be an instantaneous effect that has an indefinite period. However, spells like that are almost always dispellable. It just really depends on what level of power was put into this spell.
Yeah, we need a better wizard.
So you believe that this spell could be broken, but you're not certain how hard it's going to be.
I bet that nuke guy could do it.
Oh, I thought you meant the police officer who was
No, I
turning.
mean the wizard
Mr.
guy.
Mr. The Nutifier, yeah.
The Nutifier, yes, is the phrase we'll be using forevermore. You're welcome.
Oh,
You did this one.
I did most of this. Like, let's be honest here. Oh fuck. Okay.
Will trash gnomes speak common to us if we want to speak to them?
Yeah. Most things, like they learn English, common, like that kind of thing. Like common and English, they're the same but kind of different. It's like a dialect kind of thing. It's like, you go from Halifax to fucking Vancouver. There's gonna be different things, but most creatures like that can. And I mean, I don't think he can right now, but once we get that solved, that's pretty good. And I gotta say, guys, like, this was your first night out. This was fucking intense. There's very few times that I've had to actually draw my weapon. Very few times I've had to deal with intense shit like this. Like Tech 9 wielding squirrels in fucking Central Park. Aside, you guys handled yourselves really fucking well.
Yeah, I
You
kicked,
did a really
kicked
good
the
job.
gnome into space, I think, there.
You did kick a gnome into space.
It was really impressive.
Kind of feeling really bad about that now that I know that they're like possessed by a demon or whatever. So I'm just gonna internalize that, I think.
No. Oh, no. Oh. So we got about like it should be the van should be here any moment. They're gonna pick him up. They're gonna take care of him. They're gonna make sure he sees medical attention. And they're gonna gather up the other guys here who were still under the effect of whatever the hell this is. You guys handled yourselves really well. You did a good job, and I gotta say, I'm actually really impressed. So I suggest that all of you go home, shower, rest up, eat some food, and I'd like to see you back at S.A.S.S headquarters tomorrow. Actually, I'd like to see you back at S.A.S.S headquarters in 2 days. I want you to take a day to deal with what we just all witnessed today, because I'm also going to take a day to deal with weird, feral, demonic fucking trash gnomes, some of whom we've had to dispatch. Oh my god! And he fucking runs over and like refutes the magic that's holding the very first trash gnome, and like the garbage piles away, and the trash gnome is just standing there like, nah! And he just swats it, and just kind of knocks it to the ground and picks him up, and just to avoid another round of combat, he's just like, but the trash gnome was just like stuck. Like frozen in carbonite. Well,
I mean,
so you're just going and finding a stick at this point? Someone's got to pick up all this trash.
No, don't worry about it. You guys go home. I'll deal with this. I'm gonna finish up everything today. I gotta file a report, and then in 2 days I want to see you guys. Okay?
I mean, if there's no trash gnomes like picking up the trash and whatever, you're gonna pick this all up?
Easy peasy. Don't worry about it. I got some tricks up my sleeve.
You are going to drive us back, right? You have my car.
I'm not going to drive you back. One of the guys is going to get in the van with you, and he's going to drive you back.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna go see if my therapist has an open in the next 2 days.
You and me both.
Okay, so it is 8:00. We had some fun, had some combats, did terrible things to some fucking gnomes.
I mean, from a player perspective, it went super well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From a character perspective, oh no. Oh,
Yeah.
I feel bad for the melty one.
Yeah, the one that got just fucking alien acid blooded.
Yeah.
So
Fucking monster. At least
we're
mine
gonna
were
end.
painless.
I don't know that it was.
Mine were
Yeah,
atomized.
it died instantaneously. It's a good session, guys.
2 pieces of bookkeeping.
Yes, we do.
This campaign happens every other Saturday. There is another campaign starting next week. So we'll have weekly campaigns going every Saturday. Not all the same players. I'm in it. I'm the DM in that one. James is a player, and then the rest is new people. We didn't want the. Don't tell them. We didn't want the other 3 guys around. No, they were busy, but so look forward to that. And then we got another new thing starting, which is on Sundays. Not this Sunday, but starting next Sunday. We're gonna have like full in-character playthroughs of CRPG games. We're starting with Wasteland 3, and we'll go from there. That's with me and one of the players from the next week campaign.
Nice.
Very
Cool.
nice.
Just
Fuck
to
yes.
give people an idea of what this channel actually does.
Yeah.
You need a solid 2 streams a week to make affiliate. So we gotta we gotta fill some air.
Yeah. Right on.
Cool.
I'm gonna plug myself a little bit here. I do run my own Twitch stream in case anybody who's new into the chat and doesn't know. It's Jim Jam the Weekend Warrior, and yes, I immediately regretted the name after making it. I run my Twitch stream Thursdays and Fridays, 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time till 8 p.m. And then on Saturdays I'm running this game, and then next week I'm a player in good old Frank the Tank Masters game. I'm super excited. We're trying out a new tabletop RPG I've never played, so I'm actually really excited for
It's
that.
called Numenera. If anyone's been around the block on the computer RPG gambit, you may have heard of Torment Tides of Numenera. Same system. It's a great like surrealist fantasy. So it's going to be a nice departure from this game, and it's going to be weird as fuck.
Right on. I want to thank everybody for coming out and hanging out. Those of you who followed, we really do appreciate that. The more followers we get, obviously, the easier it is for us to be seen, and then we can make this into a bigger and better thing. So, thank you guys for hanging out and chatting with us, and thank you, Liam. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Momo, for hanging out and murdering some gnomes tonight. And I think that's it.
All right. See you guys.
All right.